All right. We are back, and this is a big one. Welcome to Straight Talk again, and I am your host, Isaiah Israel. I guess I'm your host. I'm not the only one, but you know how that goes. It just really depends. But tonight we're going to be covering what I feel is important to let you guys know, and it's always about our history, what that truth is, what is going on in the world, how it affects you and everybody that's in the world, and what you need to be looking for and looking out for and preparing. Because if you don't, ladies and gentlemen, you are going to get fucked one way or the other. Hold on. So tonight we're going to be covering that along with a lot of other things that are important. And people in our community, the black community, is not covering. Either they're woefully ignorant of the facts or they don't want to know how to go about doing it and evading the problem, or they just, don't give a fuck. You know what I mean? Yeah, I don't want to say it like that, but it is what it is. And we don't sugarcoat nothing on this show. We tell it like it is, not like I want it to be, not like you want it to be, but how it is. And you deal with those situations and conditions, and you make the best of what you can. So here we are. So I'm going to go straight to excuse the noise. My wife is talking to the next door neighbor. Share screen. Hopefully they'll pipe down. Elige que quiere compartir con Reina. Yo estoy compartiendo en todo. Compartir también el audio de la pestaña. No shit. Hold on. What the hell? Oh, okay. Hold on. I got to go back to share screen because I want to do that. Okay. This is a new one on me. What the hell is this? This is going backwards. Okay. So I want to share all of them. Now, what the hell is this? Now, this is odd. I don't get this on my other thing. This is only on Chrome, so I don't know. Hold on, let me figure this out. I'm sorry. So I want to go here and compartir. Okay. I hope I don't have to do this. I hope I don't have to. Okay. So I'm here, and this is being shown all at once. Okay, that's cool. So, while you are hearing the church in our neighborhood, like I really want to hear that bullshit, but please excuse it. But we're going to go right on to the program, and I'll be right back. I guess I don't know how do I do this. Oh, okay. Okay. And well, now this is something new, you guys. Oh boy. Okay. So I gotta go here and push play. Okay.
As our blockchain empire rises from Ouagadougou's heart. They dominated for centuries with printed paper. We counter with Africa's true gold, digital, decentralized, destined to rule. Is this the spark of our continental renaissance? Or the dollar's death knell? Your economies, your fortunes pivot on our success. The full fire of our uprising burns next. Witness it. They call the US dollar the global standard. I call it a global shackle, a ghost that haunts our markets and devalues our sweat. A slave who cannot assume his own revolt does not deserve to be pitied, and we in the Sahel are finished with pity. We sit on gold, we sit on uranium, we sit on the wealth of the earth. Yet we are told we must beg for aid in their green paper. Today, that era is dead. We are not just changing a name, we are launching a digital frontier, a new money backed by our own soil, protected by our own technology, and defined by our own dignity. They say it is a risk. I say the only risk is staying in chains. Listen closely. This is not just an economy. This is a war for the soul of Africa, and the dollar is the first wall we are going to tear down. Brothers and sisters, to grasp our digital currency crusade, know my path. From soldier to sovereign liberator. Born in Bondoukoui, I rose through Burkina Faso's ranks, eyes wide to the rot devouring our land. Corrupt leaders sold our gold to French puppeteers. Terrorists, armed by neglect, bled our people dry. In 2022, I could stand idle no more. With loyal patriots, we seized power in a bloodless dawn coup, echoing Thomas Sankara, my eternal guide. The world screamed, dictator, but you, my people, roared approval. I broke ties with ECOWAS puppets, expelled French troops, and nationalized our mines. Burkina Faso thrives. Gold output soars 20%, farms feed millions. This is no whim, it's war on neocolonialism. Our digital currency, the ultimate weapon, forged in this fire. Africa rising starts here. But how did dollar dominance enslave us first? The chains tighten in our story. Listen close. They say this system gives us stability. I say it gives us a coffin, a fixed rate that makes our exports expensive and our dreams cheap. When the euro moves, we are dragged with it, whether we like it or not. When their central bank makes a decision, our children feel the hunger. This is not economics. This is an accounting of theft. For 80 years, this system has acted as a vacuum, sucking the life out of the Sahel to keep a dying empire comfortable. But a new era has arrived in Ouagadougou, Bamako, and Niamey. I am a son of Bondoukoui. I grew up in the dust of our rural villages, where the global economy was something we only felt through hunger and the high price of medicine. I studied the earth, geology, learning the secrets of the gold and minerals that lay beneath our feet. And as I looked at the soil, I asked, if we are so rich in the ground, why are we so poor in the pocket? My people, our digital revolution strikes at the heart of a 500-year plunder. Europe carved Africa like a feast in 1884's Berlin Conference, but the dollar sealed our cage post-independence. France's CFA franc, pegged to the euro, backed by our gold shipped to Paris, siphons 50% of our reserves yearly, trillions stolen, economies starved. The US, masters of the game, IMF and World Bank aid drowns us in dollar debt. $1 trillion owed continent-wide. Interest alone devours budgets. Our cocoa, oil, diamonds, priced in dollars, profits flee to Wall Street. No sovereignty, just servitude. Burkina Faso felt it worst. 80% of exports dollar-tied, inflation weaponized against us. I ended that farce. Banned CFA, seized our destiny. Now, our gold-backed digital currency flips the script. Trade in African strength, bypass sanctions. The BRICS awakening accelerates this. Russia and China offer lifelines. Next, how they fuel our fire. They ask us, how will you survive without the dollar? I tell them, we will not just survive, we will innovate. By the first quarter of 2026, I made a commitment that Burkina Faso would be equipped with the most advanced technology on the continent. We are not just buying machines, we are building a digital fortress. We are moving toward a currency that is not a ghost in a European ledger. We are discussing a resource currency, a money where every unit is a reflection of the gold in our mines and the minerals in our soil. We are creating a digital clearing system between our three nations. Why should a merchant in Bamako need a bank in New York to send money to a brother in Ouagadougou? Africa's dawn breaks with BRICS, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, now yes seekers. I forged this pact from necessity. The West's sanctions choked Burkina Faso, but Putin welcomed me. Xi pledged infrastructure. No strings, no lectures, just mutual respect. BRICS isn't talk, it's action. Their new development bank pumps $100 billion into non-dollar projects. Russia trains our troops against jihadists. China builds rails linking our gold to ports. South Africa shares mining tech. Together we eye a unified BRICS currency, digital, multipolar. I announced our alignment in Moscow, 2024. No more unipolar world. De-dollarization surges. BRICS trade hit 40% non-dollar last year. Our Burkina digital coin joins this storm, gold pegged for stability. Critics cry, axis of autocrats. I say, alliance of the exploited. But what powers this money? My visionary blueprint unfolds next. Blockchain, the great equalizer. Behold my masterstroke, the Burkina Sovereign Digital Burkinabe, BSDB, Africa's gold-backed cryptocurrency, launched from Ouagadougou's secure vaults. Announced at our 2025 National Congress, it pledges every token to our 1,200-ton gold reserves. No inflation tricks, no central bank whims, pure African value. We have reclaimed our patrimony. We have nationalized the mines that were built on our sweat. From Bungu to Wagnion and the great Kiaka mine, we have increased the state's share to ensure that the gold belongs to the people. We are not just selling it for dollars anymore. We are building a national gold reserve. Why digital? Speed. Cross-border payments in seconds, not weeks. Security. Blockchain defies hackers. Sanctions. Sovereignty. We control the ledger, not swift overlords. Farmers sell shea butter to Mali merchants instantly. Miners trade gold dust globally. Dollar-free. Early pilots soar. 500,000 wallets issued, transactions up 300%. BRICS tests it for intra-trade. This isn't Bitcoin hype, it's strategic warfare. Digital gold challenging fiat empires. The tech, simple yet revolutionary. Next, I decode the blockchain backbone propelling us to dominance. Power this revolution demands unbreakable tech. Enter blockchain, the decentralized fortress arming our BSDB. Think of it as an unerasable public ledger, every transaction etched in digital stone across thousands of African nodes. No single banker controls it. Hackers shatter against our proof-of-stake shields. Built on Hyperledger Fabric, customized in Ouagadougou labs with Russian coders, quantum-resistant, energy-efficient, gold peg, smart contracts auto-adjust supply, 1 gram per token, audited live, wallets on phones for farmers, miners, zero fees, instant swaps, scales to billions, processes 10,000 transactions per second, sanctions, useless, peer-to-peer worldwide, early tests, remittances from Europe tripled, bypassing Western Union gouges. This isn't fad crypto, it's Africa's OS for finance. France's CFA ghost haunts no more. Next, how I bury it forever. France's CFA franc, that vampire currency, sucked our blood for 80 years, pegged to the euro, forcing us to deposit 50% of reserves in Paris banks, yielding nothing but scorn. Burkina Faso lost billions. Our growth lagged at 2% while France feasted. I shattered those chains in 2023. CFA banned, borders sealed to its poison notes. Public burned stacks in Liberation Square, pure catharsis. Now BSDB replaces it fully. Every citizen gets a wallet, convertible 1.1 with gold grams. No more French veto on our printing press. Trade with neighbors explodes. Ghana, Niger adopt pilots. Pan-African finance blooms. Macron fumes. But Africa's youth cheer. 70% approval in polls. This purge paves victory. Why gold? Our continent's eternal wealth. Details ignite next. Gold, Africa's birthright, plundered for millennia, now fuels our supremacy. BSDB tokens mirror our vaults. 1,200 tons pure, verified by global assays. No fiat illusions. Each digital unit redeemable for physical bars in Ouagadougou. Why gold? Stability. Hedges inflation ravaging dollar realms. Value, $2,500 per ounce today. Our edge over printed trillions. Heritage. From ancient Mali Empire to modern mines, it symbolizes sovereignty. Smart contracts enforce it. Oversupply, auto-burn tokens, partnerships with Zimbabwe, Ghana pool reserves. Result, BSDB holds steady at $1 equivalent while rivals crash. Wall Street scoffs, barbaric relic. I retort, your paper pyramids topple, our gold endures. US panic brews. Next, their desperate countermeasures. The BRICS nations, Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, are building a new world order, a world where a country's wealth is measured by its resources, not by its loyalty to the US dollar. As of 2026, we have signaled our intent to align with this great bloc. Why? Because the BRICS are developing their own payment systems that do not go through New York. They are building a world where Africa's new money can be traded freely without the fear of a freeze from a foreign bank. We are not alone. From the BRICS Plus summits to the naval drills in the South, the global South is waking up. If the dollar is a weapon, then the BRICS are our shield. And together, we are making the empire's weapons obsolete. America senses the quake. Their dollar reigns 88% of global reserves, $34 trillion beast. My BSDB, a dagger at its throat. Washington whispers sanctions. Biden-era hawks label me disruptor supreme. IMF freezes loans. SWIFT threatens cuts. Echoes of Russia's purge. Yet we thrive. Parallel trades via BRICS bypass them. U.S. media smears. Traore's rogue crypto threatens stability. Stability for whom? Their hegemony. They underestimate us. Gold discipline mocks their excess. China lurks supportive. Next, their pivotal role in our ascent. They do not come with tanks anymore. They come with sanctions. They come with credit ratings. They use their puppets in the region to block our fuel, to incinerate our tankers, and to freeze our accounts. They even try to reach into my own house, as they did in December, with desperate men and bags of foreign silver, hoping to silence me forever. They think that by making the life of the Burkinabe difficult, we will crawl back to the CFA. They think that by calling our digital currency unstable, we will return to their paper slavery. I tell them, you are too late. We have already tasted the bread grown on our own soil. We have already felt the dignity of a gold-backed future. To the international bankers who plot in air-conditioned rooms, your sanctions are just a fire that tempers our steel. We have anticipated your siege. We are building our own irrigation, our own refineries, and our own banks. If you close the door to the west, we will open 100 windows to the east and north. This is not just a recession you are trying to cause, it is a war. And in this war, the people are my army. China, dragon ally in our multilateral fight, bolsters without fanfare. President Xi hosted me in Beijing 2025. Africa's century aligns with ours. No debt traps. Instead, $5 billion for BSDB infrastructure, servers, solar grids powering our nodes. Their digital yuan tech fuses seamlessly. Hybrid interoperability for BRICS trade. Huawei builds wallet apps. CDB bank tests gold swaps. Result, Burkina Faso exports hit record highs. Yuan BSDB pairs surging. US cries new Cold War. IC partnership, they invest in our lithium mines for EVs. We gain tech sovereignty. No bases demanded, just business elevating both. This quiet giant accelerates de-dollarization. Pan-African unity swells next. Nations flock to our banner. Now I ask you to be the miners of our new money. While the old men in foreign capitals struggle to understand what a digital ledger is, you are already living in the future. Our new currency is built for your smartphones. It is built for your startups. It is built for a generation that doesn't want to carry the heavy chains of the past. We face a massive challenge in 2026. As we build our own digital currency, our enemies are not idle. They are launching cyber warfare to destabilize our servers. They are trying to create artificial shortages of fuel and medicine to turn the people against the revolution. Even within our own borders, we face the silent enemy, the corruption and weak institutions that were left behind by the old system. If we allow our new wealth to be laundered through the same corrupt hands as before, we will fail. If we do not harmonize our trade between Burkina, Mali, and Niger, we will remain weak. This is why I have called for a scientific patriotism. We must be as disciplined with our data and our banks as we are with our rifles. You are the upright men and women of the digital era. Take this tool, build with it, protect it. Because if we control the technology, we control the truth. Visualize the harvest. BSDB ignites Burkina Faso's GDP from 20 billion to 50 billion by 2030, 150% leap. Gold revenues fund schools, factories, inflation drops to 2%. Continent-wide, 2 trillion intra-trade boost, 7% annual growth.
You always wondered why that app didn't exist. Now you can make it. Meet Replit Agent.
Remittances, 100 billion yearly, now fee-free. MSMEs explode. Women farmers bank digitally, exports triple. Unemployment halves as mines, tech hubs sprout. IMF models predict de-dollarization saves Africa $50 billion in interest yearly. Poverty plummets 20%. We rival emerging Asia. Skeptics doubt. I deliver proof. Global finance quakes next. Our shockwave ripples worldwide. Our BSDB ripples shatter unipolar illusions. Dollar share dips to 60% reserves. BRICS multipolar money rises. SWIFT crumbles. Our blockchain handles $1 trillion trades yearly. Europe scrambles. France loses CFA grip. Germany eyes gold repos. Asia pivots. India, Russia, rupee ruble deals multiply. Even US firms hoard our digital gold amid inflation woes. De-dollarization dominoes. Venezuela, Iran adopt variants. World Bank warns systemic risk to their order. New era, commodity-backed crypto's norm. Challenges loom, but resilience defines us. Victory demands vigilance. Next, the battle's ahead. Victory invites storms. Jihadists target our grids. Cyber drills harden us. Sanctions sting. Fuel shortages hit, but Russian oil flows steady. Volatility, gold peg weathers, crypto winters, reserves buffer shocks. Internal foes, elites hoard dollars, black markets tempt. We educate relentlessly. 1 million trained on wallets. Scalability strains nodes. Chinese upgrades incoming. Global pushback, US cyber ops rumored, IMF propaganda, yet Burkina endures. GDP grows 8% despite odds. Adapt or perish, we evolve. These trials forge legends. Final vision, Africa's unchained future, rise with me. My warriors of Africa, the dollar's throne cracks. BSDB heralds our golden age. From Burkina Faso's hearths to Nile deltas, digital sovereignty unites 1.4 billion. Empires built on our sweat now bow. Prosperity awaits. Youth innovate. Women lead trades. Nations thrive debt-free. BRICS family expands. Global South reclaims destiny. Sankara weeps tears of joy. This is no dream. It's decree. Download BSDB wallets, spread the word, join the revolution. Africa Rising isn't slogan, it's scripture. Dollar challengers worldwide learn from us. Patriots everywhere, stand firm. History summons, answer now. Vive la patrie, forward to victory.
All right, here we go. Hold on. What's up, bro? What's going on? You can't.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I
What's
had you
going?
on mute. I was trying to. Every time I took it off, it come right back on.
Oh, okay. What's going on?
All is well, my man. All is well. You gonna show another video?
Yeah, yeah. We just started not too long ago. But that was the video that's showing what is going on in Africa, and I feel bad because the YouTube channel that I use almost exclusively, YouTube took it down because they were giving away too much information as to what was going on in Africa and what that meant worldwide and globally. Well, that's worldwide and globally too. Yeah, but the continent is what I'm talking about, and the
Right.
global impact of that. So, we're going to be covering a lot, man. And I'm done talking about the Jews. When I say Jews, I'm talking about.
Hello.
So when I say Jews, yeah, can
Talking
you hear
about
me?
what? 'Cause hold on. You just froze for like 3 seconds. Talking about, and then it froze.
Right,
And then you just,
right. Like I was saying, I'm not going to be explaining Jews anymore. When I say Jews, you automatically know I'm talking about black folks. When I'm talking about
okay.
the imposter, I'm going to say fake Jews. So that is going to clear that up. But
Right.
we are in a state of flux and flow. And the United States of Africa is not that far away. It's February the 26th. We got another a month and a week, a month and 2 weeks, something like that.
Just no. Just
February
over
the 26th. I don't know how long that is. Yeah.
a month. A month and a week and a
Yeah,
half.
just over a month.
Yeah. So let's say 40 days.
Right. Okay. You're right. So it's gonna be one, man. And white folks, I think I just sent it to you about these fake ass Jews stealing money from the US government while these bitches be having 7 babies, 6 babies, 5 babies, and they
Yeah, I
all on
saw it.
welfare.
I saw it. Hey, brother, you forget I'm from New York, man. I lived in some of those
Oh,
neighborhoods.
okay.
Yeah, I lived in.
Right.
There's a lot of Hasidic Jews in Brooklyn.
Right.
Some of the towns upstate New York.
Mhm.
I saw one about. I don't think you said that it was a town upstate New York, about an hour away from the city. I don't remember the name. Iselin something. It's near Newburgh, up that way. Anyway,
Okay.
um, most of them is on welfare, brother.
Yeah. I'm hip to that. And the money that
in
I'm
that
sorry, but the money that
I'm
let
sorry.
me say this. Yeah,
Okay.
the money that's going to Israel from the United States coffers, them motherfuckers are not working. They sitting on their ass collecting money. Ain't that a bitch?
But then they talk about the
But,
Puerto Ricans and the Guamanians the same way, because those
yeah,
places, there's a high volumes of welfare in those places too. But they islands. I mean, you can't leave
okay,
the island just like that, because if you go in
right,
international waters, you in another country. It's small islands.
okay,
Where you gonna go
right,
for work?
right, right,
So that's why
right,
these places is filled with welfare, because it's islands, and they make concrete everywhere, so you can't grow, and then they make it into cities. So it's
right,
the first time I went to Hawaii, I'm thinking it's gonna be like the TV, with the girls dancing with the hulas and all that other
right,
shit. And that shit look
right,
just like any other city in the country.
right,
Honolulu,
right,
I'm speaking of.
right,
Yeah.
right. I remember that. I had a threesome.
Don't be admitting stuff online, bro. The internet is undefeated.
Those were the good old days. Well, brother, I'm not trying to put your boy on the map or put him on Front Street, but there's a marijuana weed, dude, man. I don't know how I finished college, and I did it in 3 years, not 4. Nigga, I was high all the goddamn time.
Hey, hey,
I was high. I was higher than a motherfucker.
you went to
And
the
it
University
ain't
of
talking
Hawaii?
about University of Hawaii.
Wow. We never talked
Yeah,
about
yeah.
it. I never knew that.
No, I thought I told you where I went from 90 to 93. So,
Well, let
man,
me say this about Hawaii. And one thing that I did learn, I'm sure if you were there that long, you had some of that Kona coffee. It's one of the most expensive coffees in the
yeah,
world. On
right,
top of that, they got all that volcanic ash in that soil, man. That is some of the best soil ever, because when
right,
that lava mixes in with the soil and then it
right,
becomes one as opposed to one or the other. Oh man,
right,
that's why macadamia nuts only grow there. Man, when I
right,
was in
right,
Hawaii, man, I ate so many macadamia nuts, man. I was buying it because it was like buying
right.
peanuts in the United States. I mean, for a
Mm-hmm,
12-ounce
mm-hmm.
bottle, for a small can or whatever, in stateside, it might cost you $13, $14. Over there, it's two,
It's
three
worth it.
dollars. Yeah, there's no
Yeah,
import tax on it. So,
no,
it
no.
was a bit, but unfortunately, the whole time I was there, I was in the military or dealing with military stuff. So I never
Okay, okay.
indulged in it. But I heard that it's fire out there.
What year was that?
The first time I went was 2000, maybe 7.
Okay, okay. Yeah,
Yeah,
that was way after me.
yeah.
Yeah, that was way after me.
Mhm.
Oh wow. Okay. Well, that Maui Wowie, man. When I first tried it, man, I said, "But this is just marijuana from Chicago. It ain't gonna do nothing." Dude, at the second hit, I was out like a light. And from then on, it's not like crack, man, because once I finished college and made up my mind to stop, I never stopped. I never smoked again. You know what I mean? But it was like a every other day thing. And man, when I tell you your boy stayed high, I just don't know how I made it through. But God is a good God. maybe it woke up I don't know, in my brain something. But that's how that goes. But anyway,
Listen. Before we change off the subject, I just got to say this real quick. I'm glad you brought up marijuana, because in this day and age right now,
right,
I
right,
heard during his first administration that Trump was going to legalize weed because when they announced the EBS, which is the emergency broadcasting system, and
Right.
they showed the trials behind the scenes, whether they're retroactively shown or whether it's happening ongoing or to soon happen, people are going to need something outside because
Uh-huh.
alcohol will make you act out. But when you
Oh,
smoke
okay.
weed, for the most part, especially the weed that make you relax, I believe it's there's two major types of weed: cannabis sativa, and the other one I don't
Right.
remember the name of it right now. But we have
Well, this,
cannabinoids, which are
right.
receptors, and
Right.
our body is made for that, and it prevents cancer. I'm not talking about this sprayed shit that they got on the streets all over the country. I'm talking about the
Right.
plant in its purest form.
Okay.
And
Okay. Okay.
like you said, 2 or 3 hits and you so high you don't even need to smoke a whole joint or blunt.
No.
We
No.
that's over smoke.
Dude, if I get cancer, something happens. Someday, I shouldn't be getting no cancer ever. Oh man, but I had a good time, man. That was, I'm not gonna say it's the best years of my life, but those years came with my kids. But individually speaking, those were the best years of my life, man. The first, well, I ain't gonna go too far off the mark, but that first night, man, two Hawaiian chicks and one Japanese chick just came up on me and talking about let's do this. Huh? They love niggas over there, boy. I
Yeah,
tell you that.
that's another thing that people don't understand. Well, let me tell you, when the first time I went, I was a merchant seaman. So like I ran into a OG from the ships. I wasn't new at the
Right,
time, but I wasn't old, and it was my first West. They call them West Packs in the business I was in as a merchant seaman. So what Westpac means is the Western
right.
Pacific, basically. So when I went to the PX, and
Okay.
that's like basically the military mall for those who don't are not familiar with those terms. I went to the PX and I saw one of the OGs. I knew
Right.
him for a minute, so I knew who he was. So while I'm talking to him, we kicking it, and this Hawaiian dude walks up on us and he say, "Hey, what's up, guys?" And he stands there. So I'm like looking at him like, "Okay, yeah, what's up? How you doing?" So and he just stands there. He wants to talk. He says, "Yo, let me tell you." And then the guy kind of like walked off and he went his way. He said, "Yo, let me tell you something. The Hawaiian people love us. So if they walk up on you like that, they'll offer to
Right.
take you to their crib and eat dinner and chill and just relax." He said they real cool like that. So of course it's my
Right.
first time. I didn't know that, and after that it was a cool thing. So I just want
Right.
people to know that as well. So just like you said, first
Right.
time there that happened to me. So I'm attesting to what you just said.
Yeah. I mean, beautiful black women. Dude, man, I seen one quite. They were all pretty, but this one that took my heart, man, shit. I was like, oh, she was laid out on the beach, brown, brown. You know what I mean? And oiled up with long, straight black hair. That queen was looking like gold, man. God, fine ass body. But anyway, I don't want to get too far off the mark. But I had a Japanese Hawaiian girlfriend, man. She was beautiful, man. Yeah, I'm not complaining. I wasn't complaining. But her name was Amy Yokoyama. One of those. Yeah, Amy. Amy was tight, man. Real tight. She loved her nigga. But anyway, let's try to get it moving because we got a lot of these that are really short. So we're just gonna go right on through them and give our people, a little taste of our history and what that means. So here we got the Black Czar, Peter the Great, who a lot of people think he was white, but he wasn't. I'll be right back.
No, no visuals. They're heavily muffled, brother.
What you say now?
I said no visuals there, and the sound is heavily muffled.
Oh, really? Okay, hold on. Let me.
I'm looking at you, not at your video screen. And even if you got it on, I can't hear anything. It's just
Oh, you can't hear you can't hear the video?
nothing. Or see, I'm looking at you. There's no third
Okay,
screen
right.
with the video showing.
Hold on, hold on.
I'm doing stuff, so believe me, yeah, I didn't disappear.
You heard the first one, the last few minutes of the first one, right?
Yeah. When I came in, yeah, but
Okay.
not this one.
Okay, hold on. Let me see because oh boy. Can you did you hear that?
I see or hear nothing.
Hold on. I don't know what the hell
Still
going
looking
on.
at you. I haven't seen a third screen yet, or a video screen.
Now, how do I it snapped out. Okay, let me put it on share screen.
Okay.
Hold on. I just restarted. Like I'm gonna have to come back here once it ends. I'm gonna have to come back here and play it, and then it'll be on popping. Okay, I'm sorry about that.
No, you good, brother. Okay, now I see a third screen.
Okay.
I see a picture of a Moor look like.
Okay.
Sir,
Well,
Tsar. Why Peter the Great looked like a Moor. They told you Russia's greatest Tsar was a towering European reformer. But why did contemporary observers describe him not as a European prince, but as a swarthy Moor? This is Peter the Great, and he did not look like the image you were taught. Peter stood over 6'7" in an era when most men barely reached 5'5". Contemporaries described his dark complexion, tightly curled hair and youth, and striking non-Nordic features. Foreign ambassadors repeatedly noted his swarthy appearance, a word used across Europe at the time to describe people associated with Moors. When Peter traveled through Europe, he stunned the courts. While the Bourbons were painting their faces white, Peter was described as having a deeply browned complexion and coarse jet-black hair. Foreign ministers noted his Tartar features, a 17th century code for the dark-skinned, nomadic warriors of the East. This wasn't just a tan from the shipyards. This was the return of the Black Rus DNA. And Peter wasn't hiding it. His closest confidant and military general was Abram Ganable, an African noble raised at court and treated as family. This was not an exception. It reflected an imperial world where swarthy and Moorish elites moved freely among European power structures. Early portraits show a darker Tsar. Later ones lighten him, refined, softened, rewritten. Why? Because Peter rebuilt Russia in Europe's image, and Europe demanded a certain look for its emperors. So the question isn't whether Peter the Great looked Moorish. The question is, why were we taught to forget that he did? They told you empires were all fair-skinned, but history says otherwise. The Black Tsar.
hold on.
Why Peter the Great?
So, did you get that? Okay. Do you have anything to say about that?
Not really. I mean, those of us who are steeped in history already know that a lot of the people, King James is another example, Pushkin from Russia, and so on and so forth. Look, if you know history, any semblance of history, we know that these motherfuckers ain't been around more than 6,000 years, let's say. And even
Yeah,
that's
I disagree. I say 3,000.
okay.
But go ahead.
There you go. I mean, which is yesterday in when you take all the annals of history and time and space in this realm that we know as the earth. So
Right.
however long it could have been 10,000 years ago. They got here yesterday. Johnny come latelys.
Right.
So anybody who knows that a lot of the people that we hear about in terms of history look like me and you in some shape, form, or fashion, even if they were painted. All the Greek gods were taken from Egyptian and Ethiopian gods.
Right.
So
there you go.
let's go there. So if they've been doing it that long, they're still doing it today. You,
Right.
you just you just said a point when you talked about the Jews and the fake Jews.
Right.
Okay, so there it is. So I don't need to say no more. Okay.
Okay. So let's go on to the next one, and then we'll get back. Hold on. 19 minutes or 20 minutes.
And sisters across the ocean, if you are a Black American watching this, stop scrolling for just 30 seconds. This message is not about politics. It is not about leaders. And it is not about the past. This is about why Africa is speaking to you right now, and why ignoring this moment may cost us another 400 years. You were taught to look at Africa as history, as tragedy, as something behind you. But what if Africa is not behind you at all? What if Africa is the key to what comes next? My name is Ibrahim Traore. I am 36 years old, and I lead Burkina Faso. But today, I am not speaking to you as a president. I am speaking to you as your brother, someone who has watched your struggles from across an ocean and recognized them as my own. For centuries, we have been separated by more than distance. We have been separated by design, by intention, by systems that understood something we are only now beginning to remember, that together we are unstoppable. What I am about to share with you will challenge everything you have been told about Africa. It will challenge what you have been told about yourself, and it will reveal possibilities that have been deliberately hidden from your view. I need you to stay with me, because this message is not easy. It requires you to question comfortable narratives. It demands that you look at painful truths. But most importantly, it offers you something that has been denied to both of us for 400 years, the possibility of wholeness. The night everything changed, June 2020. I wasn't president yet, but I was already fighting to free Burkina Faso from neo-colonial control. That night, I couldn't sleep. Terrorism funded from abroad, resources stolen in the name of aid, leaders selling sovereignty for comfort. Every decision felt like life or death. I turned on my computer and saw George Floyd, 9 minutes a knee on his neck, calling for his mother. I watched it again and again. What shook me wasn't shock, it was recognition. That knee was the same knee on Africa's neck, the same indifference, the same system extracting life while denying humanity. Then I watched Black Americans rise, city after city, facing tear gas and bullets to demand dignity. And I realized something that stopped me cold. We were fighting the same enemy in different places and didn't even know it. That night, I made a decision. If I ever had power, I would reconnect what was deliberately separated, Africa and our family across the ocean. The call to my grandmother. The next morning, I called my grandmother, 91 years old, keeper of our memory. I asked her a question I had never asked before. When our people were taken, did we ever stop thinking of them as family? She was silent. Then she said, for 400 years, African mothers set aside food for children who never returned. We poured libations for names we no longer remember. We looked at the same stars and wondered if our stolen children were looking too. Then she said, we never stopped waiting for them to remember who they are. That's when I understood. This separation was engineered because reconnection would be unstoppable. I made a vow. If I ever had the chance, I would help heal it. The letter that changed everything in 2020. I became president. 3 months in, I received a letter from Dr. Aisha Washington, a professor at Howard University. She had traced her ancestry back to the Mossi Kingdom, here in Burkina Faso. She found her village, her ancestors' names, but she wrote, I know where I come from, but I don't know how to come home. I don't know if there's still a place for me. I felt shame, so I called her, and I said, you are not a visitor. You are not a foreigner. You are a daughter returning home. Your place has been held for 400 years. She cried and said, no one has ever told me I belong without conditions. That conversation changed everything. The realization Black Americans don't need rescue. They don't need pity. They need reconnection. Their story didn't begin with slavery. It began with kingdoms, builders, scholars, and leaders. That realization launched everything that followed. The silent network. Quietly, I began reaching out to Black Americans across every field. Not for money.
If you can't touch your toes, I beg you to try this. You don't need to train harder. You need...
Not for charity, for partnership. The first was Marcus Johnson, a software engineer from Oakland. He came to Burkina Faso expecting to help. Instead, he found peers, innovators, builders, visionaries. By week 1, he wasn't visiting Africa, he was building with it. A fintech company, shared ownership, real partnership. Before leaving, he told me, in America, I'm always the black guy in the room. Here, I was just normal. That's when I understood. We aren't just building economies. We're healing a wound centuries old. The pattern then came the doctor, the engineer, the educator, the financier, all successful, all exhausted, tired of proving they belong in systems never built for them. Africa offered something different, the chance to be founders, not exceptions, to build systems aligned with their values, to be normal in their excellence. The moment we're in, this is not theory. This is already happening. A family separated by force is reconnecting by choice. The door is open wider than it has been in 400 years. The only question left is this: will we walk through it together? The response was immediate and overwhelming. Marcus Johnson announced he was relocating to Burkina Faso permanently to build Africa's technology sector from the ground up. Dr. Thompson committed to establishing a Pan-African medical institute in partnership with universities in Burkina Faso, Ghana, and Kenya, designed to train doctors who understood both modern medical techniques and traditional African healing practices. Dr. Williams presented a comprehensive plan for renewable energy development across West Africa, powered by Black American engineering expertise and African natural resources. Robert Jackson outlined a financial framework that would allow Black Americans to invest directly in African development projects, bypassing traditional aid organizations and creating wealth for both communities simultaneously. But the most powerful moment came when Angela Davis Brown stood up and said something that brought tears to my eyes. For 20 years, I have been trying to save Black children in America from educational systems that were never designed for their success. But what if we stopped trying to fix broken systems and started building new ones? What if we created educational models in Africa that could then be exported back to Black communities in America? What if we stopped being defensive about our children's potential and started being offensive about their excellence? By the end of that summit, we had secured commitments totaling $127 million in investment. We had partnerships spanning 9 African countries. We had a network of Black American professionals ready to relocate, invest, and collaborate in ways that would have been unimaginable just 1 year earlier. But more than the money, more than the projects, we had created something that had not existed for centuries, a direct connection between African leadership and Black American expertise that did not depend on government approval, media coverage, or institutional permission. We had remembered that we are one people. The backlash begins, of course. Not everyone was happy about what we were building. Within 3 weeks of our summit, I began receiving pressure from sources I had expected and sources I had not. The French government, which still maintains significant control over West African economies through the CFA franc and other neo-colonial mechanisms, suddenly became very interested in my expanding international activities. The French ambassador requested an urgent meeting to discuss my relationship with American citizens. The World Bank, which had been processing a development loan for Burkina Faso, suddenly discovered procedural concerns that delayed the approval process indefinitely. Western media outlets began publishing articles questioning my radical agenda and warning about the dangers of inexperienced diaspora involvement in African development. But the pressure was not just institutional, it became personal. Several Black Americans who had publicly discussed partnerships with me began experiencing strange difficulties. Dr. Thompson was called into a meeting with his hospital board to discuss potential conflicts of interest with his African activities. The concern was not about his medical work, it was about his commitment to building medical institutions that would compete with American healthcare systems for Black patients and professionals. Marcus Johnson found that some of his Silicon Valley investors were suddenly worried that his African projects might dilute his focus on his American business. The message was clear. It was fine for him to visit Africa as a tourist, but building real economic bridges was threatening. Angela Davis Brown received an unexpected visit from education officials who wanted to discuss her international educational activities. The conversation was polite, but the implication was unmistakable. Her work in Africa was being monitored. Robert Jackson discovered that some of his financial clients were suddenly concerned about his African connections and whether they might pose regulatory risks. The pattern was clear. The connection between African leadership and Black American expertise was getting too real, too powerful, too threatening to people who profited from our separation. Then I received a phone call that made me understand exactly what we were up against. It came at 2:30 a.m. from a number I did not recognize. When I answered, I heard a voice that introduced himself as a concerned friend who wanted to give me some advice. President Traoré, the voice said in French accented English, "You are a young leader with tremendous potential."
Okay.
You've tried AI that writes junk. This one, it actually gets it right. Designer doesn't just throw words together.
But you are making choices that could complicate your future. Your activities with African Americans are being watched very carefully by people who have the power to make your presidency very difficult. I asked directly, what activities are you referring to? His response was chilling in its specificity. We know about the summit. We know about the investments. We know about the partnerships you are forming with Black American professionals. These are educated people with good intentions, but they do not understand the complexities of African development. Africa requires experienced guidance. Africa requires proven partnerships. Africa requires stability. Then he said something that made the threat explicit. President Traoré, Thomas Sankara had similar ideas about African independence and diaspora connections. You know what happened to him. Young leaders sometimes make decisions that put them in positions from which they cannot retreat. I hope you will be wiser than he was. The reference to Thomas Sankara was not subtle. Sankara, the revolutionary president of Burkina Faso in the 1980s, had pushed for African self-determination and Pan-African unity. He was assassinated in 1987 in a coup that was widely believed to have French backing. The message was clear: stop building bridges to Black America, or face consequences. I thanked the concerned friend for his advice and ended the call. Then I sat in the darkness of my office and made a decision that would determine everything that followed. Fear has never been my motivator. Justice has. And the justice of reuniting our scattered family was worth any risk. Despite the pressure, despite the threats, despite the institutional opposition, something beautiful was happening that no one could stop. The partnerships we had formed were working. Marcus Johnson's fintech company grew to 40,000 users across 8 African countries in just 6 months. Black Americans and continental Africans were using the platform to send money, invest in African businesses, and build economic ties that bypassed traditional banking systems that profited from the diaspora's disconnection. Dr. Thompson's medical training program attracted applications from over 800 Black American healthcare professionals who wanted to work in Africa, not as missionaries or volunteers, but as equal partners in building healthcare systems designed to serve Black people without the embedded racism of Western medical institutions. Dr. Williams' renewable energy projects were bringing clean electricity to rural communities that had never had reliable power, and she was training African engineers in the process, building local capacity instead of creating dependence on foreign expertise. Angela Davis Brown's educational models were being implemented in schools across Burkina Faso, Ghana, and Senegal, proving that methods designed specifically for Black children could accelerate learning in ways that imported Western educational models never had. But more than the projects, more than the statistics, something deeper was happening. Black Americans were visiting Africa not as tourists or aid workers, but as family members returning home. And we were welcoming them not as foreign experts or donors, but as siblings who had been away too long. I will never forget a conversation I had with a young woman named Keisha Robinson from Atlanta. Keisha was a 33-year-old marketing executive who had come to Burkina Faso to explore business opportunities. She was successful by every American measure: 6-figure income, beautiful apartment, respect in her industry. On her last day in Ouagadougou, she asked to meet with me privately. When we sat down, she looked at me with tears in her eyes and said, "President Traoré, I need to tell you something that might sound strange. I have been successful in America. I have everything I was supposed to want. But in the 7 days I have been here, I have felt something I have never felt before in my entire life." I asked her what she meant. For the first time in my life, I felt normal. My success was not surprising. My presence was not questioned. My intelligence was not remarkable. I felt like I belonged in rooms of power and influence without having to prove that I deserved to be there. I felt like I was home. She paused, wiping tears from her face, and continued. I have spent my entire life carrying weight I did not even know I was carrying, and I did not realize how heavy it was until I got to put it down. That is when I knew with absolute certainty that what we were building was not just about economics or politics or development. It was about healing. It was about wholeness. It was about giving people permission to be excellent without having to constantly explain why their excellence was possible. The global impact, the success of our African Black American partnerships began attracting attention from unexpected places. Leaders of African descent in Brazil reached out to explore similar connections. They represented over 100 million people of African descent in South America who faced similar struggles with racism and marginalization. Caribbean nations started inquiring about how they could participate in what we were building. Jamaica, Haiti, Trinidad islands full of African descendants who had been separated from the continent, but never from the culture. Even African communities in Europe began asking how they could connect to our network. Black British, Black French, Black German, people who faced racism in European societies and were hungry for connection to something bigger than their individual struggles. But the most significant development came from within the United States itself. Black American organizations, historically Black colleges and universities, Black professional associations, and Black business networks began reaching out. They were not just interested in individual partnerships, they were interested in systematic collaboration that could benefit entire communities. Morehouse College reached out to explore academic partnerships. The National Medical Association inquired about physician exchange programs. Black venture capital funds wanted to know how they could invest in African startups while mentoring Black American entrepreneurs. What had started as quiet conversations between individuals was becoming a movement that could reshape the relationship between Africa and its global diaspora. Let me tell you what I see when I imagine the future we are building together. I see Black American students studying at universities in Lagos, Accra, and Nairobi, not as foreign exchange students, but as continental Africans accessing their educational heritage. I see African students studying at Howard, Morehouse, and Spelman, not as international students, but as diaspora Africans reconnecting with their families' achievements. I see Black American professionals who view Africa not as a continent to help, but as a market to engage, a community to build with, a home to invest in. I see African professionals who view Black American networks not as foreign connections, but as family resources that can accelerate our development. I see Black American retirees who choose to spend their later years in Ghana or Kenya or Burkina Faso, not as expatriates or missionaries, but as elders returning home to share their wisdom with their community. I see Black American entrepreneurs who launch businesses that serve both continental African markets and Black American communities, creating economic bridges that strengthen both sides of the Atlantic. I see medical clinics in Houston that are staffed by doctors trained in Pan-African medical institutes, providing culturally competent care to Black American patients while maintaining ties to their African training institutions. I see technology companies in Silicon Valley that are founded by partnerships between African and Black American engineers, building solutions for global markets while remaining rooted in Black communities. I see young people on both sides of the ocean who grow up understanding that the Atlantic Ocean scattered us but never separated us, that slavery disrupted our connection but never destroyed it, that we are one people who have survived everything the world threw at us and are now ready to build everything the world told us was impossible. I want to share something deeply personal about how this journey has changed me. When I became president of Burkina Faso, I thought my mission was clear: liberate my country from neo-colonial control, fight terrorism, improve the economy, restore our sovereignty. Those are still important goals, but I now understand they are part of a much larger mission. My real mission is to heal a 400-year-old wound. My mission is to prove that families separated by oceans and centuries can still recognize each other. My mission is to demonstrate that when scattered people come together with shared purpose, they become a force that no system of oppression can contain. Every conversation I have with Black Americans teaches me something new. I learn about resilience in the face of systemic oppression. I learn about innovation born from necessity. I learn about the power of maintaining dignity under impossible circumstances. But I also teach them something they have forgotten, that their story did not begin with slavery. Their story began with kingdoms and empires. It began with scholars and warriors. It began with builders and healers. It began with people who shaped civilizations while Europe was still emerging from the Dark Ages. Slavery was something that happened to our people, but it was not who our people were, and it does not have to define who our people become. So here we are, my brothers and sisters across the ocean. We have already proven something powerful. The connection between Africa and Black America is not theoretical. It works. When artificial barriers fall, natural bonds return. Fast, strong, unstoppable. Black Americans do not have to choose between being American and being African. You can honor the strength forged in America and reclaim the roots that carried your ancestors for thousands of years. And Africans do not have to choose between authenticity and global power. We can remain fully African while building across the world. In just 2 years, we have done what we were told could never be done, which means the future they said was impossible is not only possible, it is coming. But destiny still demands a decision. It demands courage. It demands action. The door between Africa and Black America is open wider than it has been in 400 years. The only question left is this: will you walk through it or watch it close again? My brothers and sisters, the reunion is no longer a theory. It is already happening. Across Africa and across America, Black minds are reconnecting. Black builders are returning. Black futures are being designed by us for us. This is not about going backward. It is about completing what was interrupted. You were taken from Africa, but Africa never released you. You were scattered, but never erased. And no ocean was ever wide enough to make us strangers. You have already proven you can survive anywhere. Now the question is whether you will build where you belong. This is not a call to abandon America. It is a call to expand your identity beyond limits that were never meant to contain you.
Africa is no longer a memory, it is a doorway, and that doorway is open right now. The reunion has begun. The only question left is this: will you step forward as a spectator or as family returning home?
What happens if
Yeah. You have anything to say, bro? That was powerful.
It's over? It's finished?
Yeah.
Damn, that didn't seem like 19 minutes. Wow. No, what I want to say is this. And I've said this on this show previously, and I'm sure you will remember when I say it. There's a lot of I'm sure you're aware of the FBA versus African, diasporans, blacks, whatever you want to call it.
Right.
And I'm not so sure that a lot of the history that's being stated in this video is true based on what we've learned. But if this is a real, and we have to consider that these videos, because there's a lot of them by Traore, if it's really him or
Right.
AI, because I believe
Right.
I believe
That was AI.
Oh, okay. So then there you go. So we don't know if that's an actual, if those events that he mentioned were actual occurrences. But if it's for the unification of us all as a people, I'm for it. So, you know, it's like the argument when people say that the Willie Lynch syndrome didn't happen, and so we should invalidate it. But I tell people, if the spirit of it is in existence, then we need to acknowledge it and deal with it like it was. So same with this situation. So if it's for the unification of all of us, I'm for it. And that's my skill on it. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So let's go on to the next one. Bring this one up right here. Hold on. Want to make sure. Okay, there we go. All right, so let's go on to the next one. This one is 19 minutes, and I'll be right back.
Bro, they made us think Africa was such a poor country, bro. Such a place you wouldn't want to be at, bro. And Speed is single-handedly changing my perspective of life. Like the music in Africa, the culture, everything, every single aspect of Africa just makes my insides feel so good, bro. And it makes me just want to leave America. Bro, I feel like America is the trap. America is the trap. The American dream is the trap. Everybody else is free, but not free from America. America's the problem, bro. America's the problem, and I'm ready to get out of here. Like, Speed, thank you, bro. Thank you.
For decades, a deeply flawed narrative has shaped how many Americans and people around the world perceive Africa. To some, Africa is imagined as a single poor country, an endless stretch of huts, mosquitoes, dry land, and people struggling endlessly for water. It is a picture frozen in time, reinforced by outdated documentaries, selective news coverage, and years of one-sided storytelling. So it comes as no surprise that when iShowSpeed, a famous American streamer, recently began touring Africa, the reactions from many Americans ranged from disbelief to shock. What they saw did not match what they had been told. They discovered that Africa is not a country, but a vast and diverse continent made up of different nations, each with its own culture, economy, cities, languages, and identity. They saw modern highways filled with luxury and electric cars. They saw skyscrapers, clean running water, vibrant nightlife, advanced technology, and cities buzzing with energy and ambition. And for many watching online, it felt like a revelation. Suddenly, the propaganda cracked.
Hey, yo, I know I talk big shit about Africa, B, but after watching this iShowSpeed stream in Africa, South Africa, and Johannesburg and all over, like, yo, I'm coming. Listen, everybody who I offended, all those Africans down there in South Africa and blah, 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 Burkina Faso and all, my bad. Call me Kunta Kinte, because I'm on my motherfucking way. I'll see y'all in a minute. Speed showing me the real side of Africa right now. Man, you got some places out there that are it just scream home to your soul. Good looking, Speed. Call me Kunta. I'm coming home.
Y'all probably wondering why I'm crying. I've been watching Speed streams, and I'm seeing all the love that he's getting in Angola. He's in South Africa, and he's getting a massive amount of love. And the way that he was treated in Europe was disgusting. But to see him be a black man from the United States of African descent and be able to go back to the continent and be treated like a human by civilized African people, when we've been taught that Africa is primitive, that it's dangerous, don't go back, they have this, they have that, they don't want you, they don't like you. And to see an African American man with his stature go back to the motherland and be treated with so much respect. This is what our people fought for. This is what they fought for when they fought against Jim Crow and segregation. This is what the slave revolts were about. This is what it's always been about. Is to be able to go back home to a home that you've never been and be unapologetically black and not have to think about being black. Just being able to have your natural hair and your brown skin and not be judged and not be racially profiled and not be killed. I love the love that he is getting. And I love the love that all of my African American people are getting in the continent. And I know there's a lot of issues. I know there's a lot of things that need to be worked out. But I'm so proud. I'm so proud. And I love that for him. And I love that for all of my people that are over there. And I can't wait to hit the soil and experience it myself.
The love is really in Africa, bro. It's really love here, bro. Bro, I haven't been nowhere where I thought like, oh no, I don't belong here.
Africa, long misrepresented as helpless and broken, revealed itself as alive, complex, and breathtakingly beautiful. The truth is simple yet powerful. Africa is one of the most blessed continents on Earth. It is rich not only in natural resources, gold, oil, gas, cobalt, diamonds, fertile land, but also in culture, creativity, resilience, and human warmth. Africa has some of the youngest populations in the world, some of the fastest growing cities, and some of the most dynamic cultural expressions on the planet. Yet for years, the dominant global narrative has painted Africa as poor, dirty, unsafe, and incapable. This narrative did not happen by accident. It was shaped by colonial history, economic interests, and a global media system that often highlights tragedy while ignoring progress.
The propaganda against Africa stops today. The tide is shifting and the energy is moving towards the motherland once again. The motherland will no longer be disrespected. I urge all of us to go there and visit and see what's really going on for ourselves. I was already planning to take a trip to Africa months ago, and I can't wait because I'm really going for an extended period of time, to the point where I'm gonna have to pack up a lot of the things that I work for in my home. But it's because I want to give Africa the time and attention that it deserves. We come from Africa, but then we hate on Africa as a travel destination, right? Humanity began in Africa, but now all of a sudden humanity doesn't want to visit Africa. So when I see I Show Speed going there, I see streamers going there, I see that the energy is shifting over there as it should. It makes me happy because it's like what I knew in my heart was right.
I joined Christian Cupid because I wanted to find someone who believed in God, trusted in him, and
we have to go and visit that place, man. That's where everything started from. And my background is Jamaican, and I listen to like Rastafarian music. And in a lot of the Rasta music, they talk so much about the motherland and moving back to Africa and visiting Africa and getting in touch with our roots. And I think that it's time that the propaganda ends. It's time for us to stop thinking that America is just the only country in the world or the best country in the world. It's not about who's the best. It's not about not about none of that. It's just about experiencing something for yourself and seeing something new, getting a brand new experience and being in touch with what's going on and your roots, man. So shout out to I Show Speed for traveling around the world and exposing what's really going on in Africa. It's a beautiful time. It's a beautiful place, beautiful energy, beautiful people. And I can't wait to visit one day.
Images of conflict and poverty became the default story, while innovation, development, and success stories were quietly overlooked. As a result, many people in America grew up believing that Africans still live in jungles, hunt with spears, and lack basic amenities. That belief, repeated long enough, hardened into truth for those who had never set foot on the continent. This is why moments like this, when popular American streamer I Show Speed touring Africa, matters far beyond entertainment. When millions of young people watch someone they trust walk through African cities, laughing with locals, eating street food, experiencing culture, seeing infrastructure, it challenges everything they thought they knew. It humanizes Africa, it modernizes Africa, and most importantly, it returns Africa's story to reality. Viewers see bustling streets filled with creativity and commerce. They see African youth who are confident, stylish, tech-savvy, and globally aware. They see clean neighborhoods, organized markets, working systems, and communities full of life. They see joy, they see pride, they see dignity. And perhaps for the first time, they ask themselves a dangerous question. What else have we been wrong about?
And I personally believe that what Speedy's doing right now, without even realizing it, is he's literally waking up the masses. He's waking up the masses from all the propaganda and the lies that the media has fed America, Black Americans, about Africans and Africa. You know, he might not even know it or be aware of it, but he is literally healing generations right now. It might be an innocent thing and look like it's streaming, but a lot of Americans are waking up and realizing they were fed lies. And everything that they learned and were taught about Africa.
Speed's Africa tour is kind of scaring me right now because the amount of people admitting that they didn't realize that Africa wasn't just like sticks and mud. Like, you know, Africa actually has, you know, modern technology and roads and running water and all that type of stuff. Then that Africa is a continent, you know, not a country. I've seen clips of Speed's story and like I love it because every place he goes, he kind of rewrites like the stereotype or the image that people have in their head, and he shows that hey, like this is a normal place. But especially with Africa, some of y'all I genuinely like worry about, because even when people were like, oh, but you know, the American propaganda makes you think that Africa is just like nothing and extremely all this. Guys, can you do a little bit of research or maybe just like a little bit of logical thinking? Like, do you really think an entire continent would just be sticks and mud and tribal people? If you just look up Africa City, you will see so many cities that look just like ours with skyscrapers, big buildings, roads, infrastructure, all that type of stuff.
If you watch Speed go to Africa and your biggest takeaway was that, oh my God, it's not just huts and mud, that's not awareness, buddy. That is straight ignorance. That image of Africa, it didn't come from nowhere. It came from what you were taught, what you never questioned, and what you were always comfortable believing. Shame on you, bro.
All right, line art's looking pretty good. Let's use Gen Recolor and bring it to life.
I Show Speed's Africa streams are doing multiple generational undamaging to your brain, because y'all really thought that Africa was a bunch of twigs and huts. Like there isn't a representative from every single country that wants something out of this continent. Now, granted, some of the comments are people trying to be funny, but I can tell some of these are 100%. No, you really thought that. Y'all really thought Africa was the Indians. You really thought that was you thought it was Africa. Do you know how wealthy Africa is? Do you know how large Africa is? I'm telling you, he is undoing the damage of multiple decades. And I, for one, can't not commend him for doing that, because wow, in the future, we are going to have multiple generations of people who are more conscious about how things happen over in Africa. And it is going to be because they saw what it looks like on I Show Speed stream. W Speed. Oh, and Bro Man, by the way. Yeah, I promise, Bro Man, watch this. Tax exemption.
Africa's beauty is not just physical, it is deeply human. Africans are among the most welcoming and respectful people in the world. Hospitality is not a trend here, it is a cultural value. Visitors are often surprised by the warmth they receive from strangers, the sense of community, and the respect embedded in everyday interactions. Then there is the food, rich, flavorful, diverse, and deeply tied to history. From spicy stews to grilled delicacies, from street snacks to ceremonial dishes, African cuisine tells stories of land, family, and identity. Music, dance, fashion, and language flow naturally from the soul of the people, creating cultures that continue to influence the world, from global pop music to fashion runways. What many fail to realize is that Africa has always contributed to global civilization. Long before modern Europe, African kingdoms thrived with advanced systems of governance, trade, architecture, and education. Cities like Timbuktu were once centers of global learning. Trade routes connected Africa to Asia, the Middle East, and Europe centuries ago. Africa was never backward, it was interrupted. Despite this interruption, Africa continues to rise. Today, African cities like Lagos, Nairobi, Accra, Rwanda, Johannesburg, and Cairo are redefining innovation, entrepreneurship, entertainment, and culture. African creatives dominate global music charts. African tech startups attract international investment. African fashion, film, and art influence global trends. Yet the old stereotypes persist, especially among those who have never experienced the continent firsthand. So the question remains, is this ignorance? Perhaps, but it is also a consequence of limited exposure, selective storytelling, and a global system that has not always been fair in how Africa is portrayed. The good news is ignorance can be corrected. All it takes is visibility, honesty, and open-mindedness. When people see Africa through real experiences, not filters of pity or prejudice, they begin to understand that Africa is not waiting to be saved. Africa is building, creating, and leading in its own way. Moments like this African tour remind the world that Africa doesn't need validation, but representation matters. When the story changes, perception changes. When perception changes, respect follows. And for Africans watching, these moments also spark pride. Pride in identity, pride in culture, pride in home. They remind Africans that their continent is not defined by how others describe it, but by how they live, grow, and shape their future.
I knew Africa had a bad PR, but I had no idea how bad it was until I started watching the reactions to the famous American streamer I Show Speed Store in Africa. And here is my take as an African living in Japan. So many people are shocked that Africa doesn't look like huts and poverty everywhere. And honestly, I'm more shocked that you're shocked. My flabbers gassed it. First of all, I would like to use this as a reminder that Africa as a continent is huge and you can fit 3 United States in there. 3 of them. The other fact is that Africa is one of the fastest urbanizing continents in the world, and nearly 45% of the population live in urban areas. That's almost half of the continent living in urban areas. And this is urbanization defined by the United Nations, the World Bank, and all of these. Urbanization means cities and towns, not huts. And most of the cities where the majority of the population live in are capitals. And these were the center of activities in the previous empires. And then they became the center of slave trade, and also further in the colonial era became the center where natural resources were exported from. So of course, roads and networks were built around there, and the current modernization actually continued from those points. From a development point of view, you can see how this created a disparity between people living in the rural area and urban area. That's a whole other discussion, but it doesn't mean that the remaining population live in huts. To be frank with you, I'll tell the truth. I myself fell for that bad PR to the level that when I was hearing stories from my grandfather's point of view, he was a son of a big chief of a clan in a certain village. I was fantasizing about going to visit these places with huts and people dancing around with funny raffia clothing. Tell me why when I was 18, I took all my savings and went to all these villages to visit. I saw this instead.
The internet is the biggest wealth creation engine to ever exist. Sadly, only a
Yes, I was disappointed. I was like, where are the animals at? Where are the huts at? Where are the people dancing at? So yeah, as an African, surprise, surprise, I also want to go visit the Masai Mara. I want to visit all the remote villages as well, where people live in huts and brown animals and have fruits for free. But there are just not that many of them anymore. Now that I live in Japan, when I go to the countryside, I feel like it's very similar to where I grew up in Congo, you know, the countryside of Congo. And I'm like, the only difference, the people are the same, the heart is almost the same. Maybe we speak different languages, but the infrastructure and, I don't know, access to electricity and water is there in both places. But in one, it's inconsistent, it's unreliable, there's a disparity, but don't let people fool you about what Africa as a continent is like in real life.
Africa is not a monolith. It is not poor. It is not backward. It is not a jungle. Africa is complex, modern, ancient, futuristic, loud, soft, chaotic, organized, spiritual, innovative, and deeply human, all at once. So what do you think? Do all Americans still believe Africans live with spears and mosquitoes? Or is the world finally beginning to see Africa for what it truly is? And if you visited Africa or dream of visiting, which country stands out to you the most? For me, it's Lagos, Nigeria, a city of unstoppable energy, creativity, and ambition. A place that perfectly captures Africa's past, present, and future in one powerful rhythm. Let me know your thoughts. Africa's story is still being written, and this time, the world is finally paying attention. Thank you so much for watching all the way to the end. Don't forget to like the video and subscribe to the channel so you never miss updates on Nigeria, Africa, and major developments across the continent.
Bro, are you there? What do you think?
Again, I'm going to say the same thing.
Go ahead.
I'm going to say the same thing I said a few minutes ago. I like the concept of this, but I'm questioning the timing.
Right.
When I say these things, let me give you context. Now that FBA is delineated from Pan-Africanists, I'm neither, because I'm all of them or none of them at the same time. But as insofar as that, I believe that the African Americans allegedly trying to unite on a geopolitical level, I'm questioning the intensity that they're posting this kind of stuff and not mentioning any of it. Yeah, I'm not pro or con to any of it because I don't think I have a stake in. I got skin in the game. So for me, I'm talking for me now. I don't have no skin in the game. I lived in Africa, so I already proved that I wanted to do things over there. It didn't work out. It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? But I have the experience that a lot of people talking don't have, and the realities of it. Now, with all that said, that doesn't stop me from wanting us to unite. We have common interests. There's enough land in Africa for everybody on the damn world to live in by itself without having to live in Asia or America or whatever. That's not the point of what we're talking about. What we're talking about is being able to get real equity in whatever we do over there and them the same over here. They're over here and we now see the dispute between African Americans and Somalians, especially in the Midwest in Minneapolis and Columbus, Ohio. So we can't act like these things is like something like, no, what are you talking? Come on, man. Real talk.
Right.
And this is true of any Black outside of those areas. So though Jamaicans, Trinidadians, to a lesser or greater degree, Haitians with Francophone countries. There's still issues involved in those two places, but their advantage is most of where they're from is like where they're from. So I mean, if you live in the third world, it's all the same at the end of the day. All tropical, everybody eat fish, and once in a while they eat some meat and dress up and go out on Saturdays and drink all night, just like they do all over the world. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But with that said, I yield, brother. I just wanted to put that into the equation.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm not trying to throw shade, but let's keep it on 100. Some African people don't want African Americans over there, if I can use African American. From what I'm hearing, from what I heard specifically from the mouth of Ghana, the president, they kicked African Americans out. Now, what that means, how that means, why that means, don't ever make it to the point where, oh, Africa, oh, dude, man, our home is America. Turtle Island is our home. The old blood, if you have old blood, is a significant part of our heritage that ties you to the land. Not only that, we are the true Indians. Not only that, we are the true builders of America from the 13 colonies all the way up to this present moment, outside of the 13 colonies. So no, as far as I'm concerned, Africa begins and ends at the four corners of the world. The root of it all is the continent of Africa. Now, ain't no motherfucking way I'm going to give up my homeland on which I was born and from which my ancestors' bones are fucking buried. I'm not doing that. I love the continent of Africa. I love the people there. But some of them motherfuckers don't want you to be there. Let's just keep that shit on 100. Not all. But you don't want to run into like the one I ran into decades ago trying to do some business with him. He copped an attitude talking about he didn't what they used the name they used to describe black folks from America. It wasn't coffer. It was some bullshit.
You're talking about a Bruni.
Yeah, whatever the hell it was.
Listen.
Right, but whatever.
A Bruni can be taken. It's like foreigner, but like in a pejorative way, not like that's my homie, even though he's from England. You know, I live in England, so he's not, somebody that, but he was born in England. You know what I'm saying? But you know him already. So you don't look at him the same way like you would look at, like how a lot of, you right there, man. Look at the separation between there's two people on one island.
Right. Yeah, so you're right.
Everywhere, bro. And it's tragic. And if it ain't based on color, it's based on tribalism. But he put us in a situation to be this way with each other. Relatively speaking, before his existence on the earth, you didn't have world wars. Of course, you had wars between peoples that got issues, not world wars. 8 countries involved and they all just bombing the fuck out of each other. You know what I'm saying? No. You kill the soldiers if you have to do it. You don't go in the village and you rape all the women, kill all the old people, and raise the young kids that's going to resent you and come up like Shaka Zulu did.
Right.
You know, that was way after they were influential in Africa. I'm sorry.
Well, let me. No. I won't listen, but let me throw a little bit of light on the situation here on this island that we share with Haiti. Haiti is fucked up. They're damn near no trees. They don't give a fuck. They got some black guy over there called Barbecue. He killing his own people. They come over here and try to get on the dole of the Dominican Republic government assistance. We ain't got that. What is happening between the Haitians and the Dominicans is really simple. They held a knife literally and figuratively to our necks and downed us, buried us literally and figuratively, and took physical control over the island and began to enslave the Dominican side. That's where the friction lies. It has nothing to do with color. It has everything to do with the historical significance of the Haitians versus the Dominican after Haiti helped the Dominican get Spain off his back. And then they came in and do the same thing. So that's where the rub comes in at. So as far as I'm concerned, they can get the fuck out of here and go back to Haiti and depend on your own bullshit and struggling government because they're full of shit. My own wife, worked at the hospital. They got motherfucker coming in here pregnant, having baby here, anchor baby, and want to be here. No, I'm gonna take your funky ass back to Haiti because I don't give a fuck. They are actually believing that they deserve something. They don't deserve a motherfucking thing. I've seen on the news, not once, twice, dozens of times, where Haitians were killing Dominican and chopping up their body, head, arms, and legs thrown all over the place. That's some sick shit. And to be honest with you, I don't even know if they caught that motherfucker, but I'll kill him and his whole fucking family, man. I'm just keeping that shit on 100.
Right. The point I wanted to make.
You don't, huh?
No, finish, please. I'm sorry, I cut you off.
No, I didn't hear you.
No, I cut you off and I asked you to finish.
Okay.
In regards to somebody killing people in your country. Go ahead.
Yeah, so the person who killed the Dominican and chopped their heads off, arms off, legs off, and left them there rotting. Man, I would kill that motherfucker and everybody in the goddamn family. Fuck it. Because there's an old saying that says, if you kill your enemies, you'll never have to worry about your friends. I'm a true Machiavellian. I'm a true stoicist. I go with the flow to a certain point, but when that flow starts to really ebb up against the walls of justice, I'm killing you.
Yeah. Though I know where you're coming from, again, I'm going to reiterate this. I had said it a minute right before you started talking. I had said that they put us in the situations where most of us is doing that type, wherever we're from. Because that happens in New York, that happens in LA, that happens in Accra, that happens in Kingston, Jamaica. That happens everywhere. And what I'm saying is, in our nature, in our first sense of nature, we are relatively peaceful people. They got us doing dumb shit to each other, and it ain't always based on race. It might be based on proximity. It might be based on culture. It might be based on tribal. It don't matter. It is getting done. Whether it's some nigga stealing from another nigga or who between somebody like Traore and somebody trying to take his neck off. That's what I'm talking about.
You got to remember, too. Yeah, you got to. Go ahead.
No, I wasn't talking. You talking.
No. Okay. Okay. But you got to remember too, Brother Elias, that all skin people ain't kin people. All skin people that look like me and you ain't skin people, ain't kin people. And Traore is finding that shit out. He's killing the enemies of the inside people that need to be done. It need to be a cleansing. Fuck all that black first when you got a black motherfucker who's running against you, trying to kill your ass and trying to uplift the whole continent. Man, fuck that shit. Kill that motherfucker and kill everybody in his family, man. Make that shit heard across the continent, up and down, left and right. I give no fuck. I'm sure that he has had a trial or two, or 3 or 4 or 5 or 10 or 20.
Didn't you tell me last week one of his boys was trying to get at him?
Yeah. And these people, I think there were like 20 of these motherfuckers who's on death row right now. There would be no motherfucker on death row. I'm not feeding your fucking ass. You would die that same day or the next day. You know what I mean? No.
You got to understand.
So with that being,
I agree with you, but you got to understand. He is a world name now. He's not, some guy that's the president of Nigeria. Who give a fuck about Nigeria unless you're from there? You know what I'm saying?
Putin is a world figure.
And
Trump is a world. Macron is a world figure. Man, fuck all that shit. He got to be Mr. Goody Two Shoes.
Pretty much is what I'm saying, because he has it. Hold on, he has an international scope. Yeah. If he starts killing people without at least putting them to trial, he'll become known as a dictator. He can't do that right now.
Oh, well, yeah, I can understand that. I agree 100%.
Right,
but I wouldn't be holding. I would not be holding them for no years upon years upon years.
No. When they going to get it?
I will have a speedy trial. Found guilty, and you die the next day. You get 1 day to say bye-bye to your family.
Yeah, but you need to put an investigation. Hey, bro, you don't mistake me telling you this with me disagreeing with you. I'm just telling you there's a process so that he doesn't look like a dictator. That's
I feel you.
Yeah, exactly.
I feel you.
Off with their head if they trying to, take them out of there. Off with their head. I agree. Right. Don't get it twisted.
Right.
I'm done.
Right. Okay. So let's go on to the next one. And then this is called Prince Eugene of Savoy, the swarthy man who broke 2 empires. So hold on. Let me bring it up on the share screen. Eugene compartir. Can you see it? Okay. Let's go at it. It's not that long. It's only 2 minutes. I'll be right back.
The swarthy man who broke 2 empires. They told him he wasn't good enough, too small, too strange, too dark-featured, too unfit for the image of a king's army. So France rejected him, and Europe paid attention. Prince Eugene of Savoy was born into one of the oldest noble houses in Europe, but at the court of Louis XIV, blood wasn't enough. Image mattered more. Eugene didn't look like a Sun King's general, so he left. He went east, and history turned. First, he broke the Ottoman Empire. At the gates of Central Europe, Eugene became something rare, a commander forged entirely in war. He crushed the Ottomans at Zenta, shattered their armies, reclaimed Hungary, and pushed them out of the heart of Europe. Vienna and the Christian Church stood because Eugene made it stand. But that was only half the story. Then he turned on France, the same empire that laughed him out of court. In 1702, he slipped troops into Cremona through a sewer and captured France's top general, Louis XIV's favorite, in his bed, personal. In 1704, at Blenheim, Eugene and Marlborough did the unthinkable. They annihilated the French army. 50 years of French invincibility ended in a single day. France never recovered its aura. At Turin, Eugene's ancestral home, he marched 200 miles in weeks and smashed the French so completely they were driven out of Italy for generations. By the end, Louis XIV was melting his silverware to pay for war, and the man he once dismissed as ugly and unworthy now dictated the balance of Europe. Prince Eugene didn't just win battles. He broke 2 empires, the Ottomans with steel, the French with humiliation. And like so many frontier rulers before him, history kept the victories, but quietly softened the man. Remember him, because Europe only survived by men it later pretended didn't look like him. Subscribe to the Swarthy channel if you're ready for the real history.
Sure. Hold on. So once again, we always say history determines what you see, what you feel, what you walk, how you talk.
I don't know if you can hear me, but you're frozen. I'm not. You got to come back in, bro. I'll be here when you get back because you're frozen for good. If you hear me. Anyway, y'all, we just putting it down, Hey, a lot of things in history that you think is so isn't, and a lot of things you think isn't so is. crazy situations. There are dozens and if not hundreds, if not thousands of these videos going around talking about who people are and so on and so forth. And they don't look anything like the picture you see. Now, I don't know if you all out there listening, seen the pictures of people they said, had exact replica of them. And in that time when they were their great-grandfather, 1800, 1700, maybe since pictures started, you see their picture of a great-great-grandfather, and it's the exact same person when you look at them. You couldn't tell the difference. Now, I'm sure they probably weren't the same complexion, same size, same build, things where you can tell, even though they look just alike, those are two different people because the other one is way bigger, darker, lighter, different build, different shape, head, and things like that. So you just keep going, and we just keep finding the anomalies, the similarities. We compare them, and then we go from there. We have to find results. You don't have to prove a lot of things, but if you get to a certain level of proofs, you can say I have evidence to say what I said without having to prove that it is so. A lot of things is in a court of law. So you could hear 10 bits of information. Someone else can hear 12 bits of information. And even though you have different sets of information, you can have a different outcome and a conclusion as to what transpired with all the information given a certain narrative. So it's definitely it's mind. It's a mind thing. It's a mind thing because talking to people about things like clones and those type of. I hope my brother's back so he can take it over. Can you hear me, brother?
Yeah. I don't know what the hell going on. I'm using Chrome, but hold on. Let me go to the next one. Let's see if you can hear it. Hold on.
Okay. I spoke the whole time. I started freestyle rhyming while you were gone.
Hold on.
What's this one about?
Yeah, let me bring up on the shared screen. Can you see it?
Yeah, it says the luxury.
Okay, all right. So here we go.
I don't hear nothing though.
Right, okay. So I'm hoping that it recorded. Hold on.
How long is this one?
I'm gonna go to YouTube and see if it's there or not.
How long is it?
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Hold on. Oh boy. Hold on, bro. Hold on.
I'm gonna eat them.
Okay. No, that's not it. Video. Yeah, come on. Hold on. Let me see if it'll come up, and then I'll be right back. All right, hold on.
Forgetting or of either excusing the racist dog whistles or explaining the overtly discriminatory and divisive statements that are made daily to our hearing.
Greetings to all Africans at home and across the global African family. Today is Thursday, January 15th, 2026. Welcome to the United States of Africa, where African voices are amplified and unity across the continent and the diaspora is strengthened. My name is Akosua Prempeh, and I am broadcasting from the United States of Africa. In today's powerful broadcast, we bring you a historic and uncompromising address delivered by His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama, President of the Republic of Ghana. In this landmark message, President Mahama confronts racism, colonial legacies, global injustice, and the long-standing systems that have sought to divide and dehumanize African people at home and across the diaspora. This is a bold Pan-African call to remembrance, unity, and action. President Mahama reminds the world that Africa cannot afford to forget its history, excuse discrimination, or remain silent in the face of injustice. He speaks on the lasting impacts of slavery and colonialism, the importance of reparative justice, and the urgent need for Africans everywhere to reclaim their narrative and their future. Before the video begins, we encourage you to subscribe to this channel, like this broadcast, share it widely, and leave your comments below. Your engagement helps connect Africans across borders, strengthens our collective voice, and promotes unity across the continent and the global African family. Now let us listen to this important message from President John Dramani Mahama of Ghana.
We're at a place in our journey where we do not have the luxury of forgetting. When government officials can so easily use the words like garbage and filth to describe our kith and kin, when they can refer to our countries as shitholes, when they can indiscriminately strip people who look like us of citizenship that they have earned, we do not have the luxury of forgetting or of either excusing the racist dog whistles or explaining the overtly discriminatory and divisive statements that are made daily to our hearing.
Why pay over $2,000 to create an ebook when this $27 AI does it all? Designer writes, designs, and
we have been divided with artificial borders of colonialism that split ethnic homelands right down the middle, with half of our communities being ruled by one European country and the other half being ruled by another. And with the labeling of our ethnicity in a colony as intellectual and worthy of education, while another ethnicity was said to be inherently martial and thus intellectually inferior. We've been divided by the manufacturing of coups, armed conflicts, anti-poverty programs that somehow never eradicate poverty, by the selective broadcast of stereotypes, a systemic war of images waged against us, images meant to foster fear and engender self-hatred and portrayal of Africans as primitive savages, whose low cognitive ability makes them incapable of self-determination, and Black people in the Americas as lazy, drug-addled, and criminally inclined. And there too is the institutionalization of colorism. The belief that anything Black is negative or inferior, and the proximity to whiteness is more desirable. It is reflected in every aspect of our lives. And I say us because colonization did not leave us unscathed, quite the opposite. In English, everything negative and evil is Black. In Spanish, la negra means Black woman. Tener la negra means to have bad luck or to be jinxed. A once popular French expression that went out of vogue but has recently been making a comeback is travailler comme un nègre. Travailler comme un nègre, which means to work like a slave. And it's often also translated with the word slave being replaced by a more offensive racial slur. But anything in this life, once stripped of its power, will no longer work. And that is true of slurs, it is true of stories, especially ones that are complete fabrications. Let's take the narrative of those who oppressed us and work it. In fact, let's take their entire modus operandi and flip it and reverse it. And so I urge you, my brothers and sisters, let's be more intentional about our unity than they were about our division. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, our brothers and sisters from the 17th region of Ghana, it will not be a difficult goal to achieve. No matter how we've been divided, we've always tried to find our way back to one another. Africans in the diaspora whose forebears were enslaved have kept us in their rhythms. The music they play, the dances, the cadence of their speech, and even the language. The Gula Geechee people of the United States still count using Fulani words instead of numerals. Yoruba language is spoken in Venezuela, in Cuba, in Brazil, Haiti, and Trinidad and Tobago. Likewise, a Creole offspring of Akan is spoken by the Africans, the Maroons in Jamaica and in Suriname. And Africa remains in our food. American gumbo and Brazilian karuru bear a strong resemblance to Ghanaian okra stew. All three use okra, also known as okra, which is native to the African continent and was transported to the New World on slave ships, as were cowpeas. We call it gobe here in Ghana for those of you. Try and eat gobe before you go back. Another food item that is native to Africa, which would explain why some variations of Hopping John, a dish from the Gula Geechee people, are so reminiscent of the Ghanaian wache. Try to eat wache too before you go.
Okay, this is kind of crazy.
Hold on.
Rocket just gave away 1 million tokens for free. You literally type build me.
The ways in which Africa has remained at the heart of its diaspora are far-reaching. Perhaps the most important way is in the cultural elements that are taught to our children. Ensuring the cord that has tethered these diasporan communities to the African continent all these centuries remains unbroken. There are the Kwekwa Nancy folk tales that so many of us in this room grew up hearing and reading, and that have spread all over the world to places too numerous to mention. Just like the popular children's call and response folk song that I'm sure most of you are familiar with. Cheche Kule, Cheche Kofisa, Kofisa Langa, Kakati Langa, Kum Adede, Kum Adede. I didn't hear you go. Cheche Kule, Cheche Kule, Kofisa Langa, Kofisa Langa, Lalati Langa, Kum Adede. Thank you. Ghana's first president, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, said, and that quote has been shown here, "I'm not African because I was born in Africa, but because Africa was born in me." Though I have no proof, I suspect that this sentiment was heavily influenced by his time in America, where he completed his undergraduate studies at Lincoln University and his graduate studies at the University of Pennsylvania. He was also a frequent visitor to Harlem, and this was in the late 1930s and 1940s, at a time when most Ghanaian intellectuals were completing their higher education in European universities. During his 8 years in the United States, Nkrumah was able to experience at first hand racism and the Jim Crow laws. Nkrumah was already a believer in Pan-Africanism before he went to the United States. He was a huge fan of Marcus Garvey, whose Black Star Line was an attempt to facilitate movement between North America and Africa, particularly Liberia, where free blacks had been emigrating since the 1820s. The Black Star, which is featured prominently on Ghana's flag, has come to be a defining part of our national identity. It underscored his rallying cry, which was the unity of all African peoples. He wanted the story of the diaspora and the stories of all the other indigenous people who had been colonized on the African continent to be a part of our national story. So much so that at the hour of Ghana's independence, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah famously proclaimed that the independence of Ghana is meaningless unless it is linked up with the total liberation of the African continent. It was a heady and ambitious statement, and the years that followed were equally as heady and ambitious, full of growth, infrastructural development, and the building of alliances between other newly independent African nations. There was a sense of hope. No, it was more than that. It was an intoxicating feeling of endless possibilities. It was a pure, perhaps naive belief that we could attain our own modern day version of the glory that our forebears like Shaka the Zulu and Mansa Musa had, and that we could build our nation states to be as exemplary as the Mwene Mutepa Empire, Songhai, Mali, and the Ghana empires that had existed before. And then came the coup d'etats, many inspired by the imperial nations, not just in Ghana, but in most of the other nations that had newly gained independence. And then came even more coup d'etats, one after the other, following by the imprisonment and exile of our liberation leaders. We now know as Ghanaians, as author Ama Taidu wrote, that there are powerful forces undermining our progress in Africa. We suffered decades of brain drain that emptied a sizable portion of the continent's population, adding scores of exiles to the diaspora. And our nations themselves were surviving, but barely, on the remittances that those individuals sent home.
The body scanner reveals the brutal truth about your body that your regular scale will never tell you. For weeks, my skin...
It will surprise you to know, in 1990, the total number of Africans who had migrated voluntarily to the United States eclipsed the total number who had been brought as enslaved people to living an utterly devastated continent. When it comes to reparative justice, we ask what is just. We're at a very pivotal place in our journey. There are those who will have us go backward, not just 1 or 2 steps, as if that would not be bad enough. They want us to go all the way back. They want us to develop some sort of amnesia about the blood that was spilled, the lives that were lost, and the years that were sacrificed in order to fight for our freedom. We're at a place in our journey where we do not have the luxury of forgetting. When government officials can so easily use the words like garbage and filth to describe our kith and kin, when they can refer to our countries as shitholes, when they can indiscriminately strip people who look like us of citizenship that they have earned, we do not have the luxury of forgetting or of either excusing the racist dog whistles or explaining the overtly discriminatory and divisive statements that are made daily to our hearing. This is precisely the time when we must advance and begin the process of reclamation. This is precisely the time when we must speak loudly and clearly, naming what it is we have lost, as well as what it is we hope to gain. Her Excellency Mian Amor Motley, Prime Minister of Barbados, a great African sister, said in a lecture at the London School of Economics, the conspiracy of silence has diminished the horror of what our people faced. This year at the UN General Assembly, I served notice that Ghana will move a motion next year to recognize the transatlantic slave trade as the greatest crime against humanity.
You're talking about the United States.
I know this motion will enjoy the utmost support.
Hold on, what do you say, brother? Put your mic on. Put your mic on hold.
Oh, I'm sorry, brother. I didn't. I thought it was off. My bad.
Okay.
From the entire African continent and the diaspora. Africa has suffered slavery, colonialism, genocide, and apartheid. We demand acknowledgement of these crimes against humanity. We demand the establishment of legal, institutional, and international mechanisms to advance reparative justice. Reparations must include tangible measures such as debt cancellation, monetary compensation, return of stolen artifacts, institutional reform, and transformative economic redress in the global economic system. Beyond the material loss that Africa suffered, are also the emotional cost to assess. According to the Oxford Dictionary, epigenetics is the study of changes in organisms that are caused by the modification of gene expression rather than the alteration of the genetic code itself. And studies have shown that trauma can be passed down transgenerationally through epigenetics. And so imagine then the various traumas that the people of African descent have faced, traumas that are being passed down from one generation onto the other, traumas from yesteryears coupled with traumas of today, and the injustices that we are currently facing. What impact does that have on our health? What impact does that have on the health of our children? And most importantly, how do we heal from that trauma? Ghanaian British actress, writer Michelle Cole wrote, "We can put fear of the future in front of us to block us, or put it behind us to drive us forward." As you debate all these questions and ideas, bear in mind that the future is upon us, and that the future is African.
Hold on.
Únete a EQ Option para desbloquear tu potencial de trading.
And like I said at the UN, let me say it louder one more time for those in the back. The future is African. We hold in our hands the power to change the circumstances of our past, but we must be more intentional about our unity than those who oppressed us were about our division. And from the looks of this gathering, I can feel it, that we are more united than ever. And with a united Africa and diaspora, there is nothing we cannot achieve. I thank you. I wish you fruitful deliberations, and it's my honor and privilege to declare the Diaspora Summit 2025 duly opened. Thank you.
Family, thank you for watching this powerful address by President John Dramani Mahama. The message you have just heard speaks not only to governments, but to every African and person of African descent around the world. The future of Africa depends on our unity, awareness, and willingness to act together. We would now like to hear your thoughts in the comments section.
All right. Any thoughts about that, bro?
Kind of heavy, man. Nice. Like I said, you know, you impress me, man, because usually you're pessimistic, but tonight almost all your videos are about the future and what it can hold, you know, what can go on in it. So thank you for you know, coming with that. That was a very informative video, and I think like I've been saying all night, idealistically speaking, all we need, brother, as a people, what melanated, wherever we're from, all we need is freedom. That saying,
yeah, you're right. You gotta have a little bit of bad and the good and the bad. You know, I mean, you gotta open your eyes. No, don't be dreaming about what could be, might be, but what is, and
Right.
the what is the overarching thought and practice of unity. Without unity, then there's nothing. You can run your fucking mouth all day long, but like I said, and like we said on many occasions,
right,
that we are blessed people and we are cursed people. We are blessed when we are united, and we are cursed when we are divided. It's just that goddamn simple. No fighting amongst each other. I mean, you can argue, cuss, and you know, but at the end of the day, you don't want to give nothing to our enemy, within and without. And there's an old African proverb that says, when two brothers fight to the death, they have no force and no energy to fight amongst or fight off the enemy.
opposition. The opposition.
Yeah, the strength. Yeah, you're right. The stranger or the enemy get to keep it out. We can't afford that anymore, and we are seeing the illumination of that thought, because one of the things that I like about Traore and about the Sahel states is that if you attack one, you attack all. We're gonna be on your motherfucking ass, white boy. Ain't no more of that. You're going to die. Period. And these motherfuckers are dying, but they don't believe that fat means greasy. They really do. They believe that they can do what they want to do, when they want to do it, how they want to do it, and say what they want to say. No, baby, it don't happen like that. No, them days are long gone. But let me get on to the economic side of this, and this is 13 minutes, and I'll be right back. We got a lot, not a lot of video to cover, but we got a lot of things to consider outside of the economic and political scope of which, in the direction of which the African continent and the African diasporic people are in, and we're taking over, point blank. I'll be right back.
No video, no showing, no audio.
Brother Israel, there's no video or no audio, bro. For the longest since I last spoke.
Put it on mute.
It was on mute. I just took it off just to say this.
Okay. Are you about to go? Bro, you about to go?
I gotta go in about after 3 hours. I gotta go though.
Oh, okay. How many? What? Another 40 minutes?
Yeah, 45. It's 2:15 right now. On the time.
Okay. Well, just say something before you go. Oh shit! I forgot to put it on the share screen. Oh shit! Hold on. Wow, I forgot to put it on the share screen, Brad. Hold on. Well, we'll just start it over. I don't want nothing to be missed out on. Hold on.
Walk through the canyons of Wall Street today, or scroll through the headlines on your phone, and you will see a picture of invincibility. The stock market is at record highs. Technology companies are promising a new era of artificial intelligence that will solve every problem. Politicians are passing bills with names like the One Big Beautiful Bill, promising tax cuts and prosperity forever. It feels like a golden age, but history whispers a warning to those who listen. In 1929, just days before the Great Depression began, the smartest economists in the world declared that stocks had reached a permanently high plateau. In 2000, they said the internet changed the rules of profit. In 2007, they said real estate never falls. Every single time, the illusion of permanence was shattered by the reality of math. Today, we are standing at a similar precipice. The global financial system at the close of 2025 is defined by a terrifying divergence. On one side, we have record-breaking valuations fueled by speculation. On the other side, we have a rotting foundation of structural debt. We are approaching a date that keeps appearing in the ledgers of banks and corporations, 2026. This is the year of the maturity wall. It is the year where the debts of the past, trillions of dollars borrowed when money was free, come due in a world where money is expensive. It is the year where the hype of AI meets the hard reality of profit margins. And it is the year where the American consumer, burdened by nearly $19 trillion in debt, finally breaks. We are facing a tail risk event, a probability of a historic crash that could erase years of gains in a matter of weeks. Welcome to the Financial Coin Historian. Today, we are not looking at the daily noise. We are conducting a forensic audit of the global economy. We will analyze the $1.21 trillion margin debt bomb. We will expose the One Big Beautiful Bill for the inflationary trap that it is. And we will show you why the AI supercycle might just be the South Sea bubble of our time. This is the story of the crash that everyone sees coming, but no one wants to believe. To understand why 2026 is the danger zone, we have to look at the mechanics of the system. The economy is not crashing yet because it is being propped up by three temporary pillars: fiscal stimulus, AI speculation, and consumer credit. But all three of these pillars are set to crumble simultaneously. The fiscal reflation trap. Let's start with the government. In July 2025, the One Big Beautiful Bill Act was signed into law. It extended tax cuts, increased standard deductions, and eliminated taxes on tips. On paper, it looks like a boom. It puts cash in pockets, but there is a hidden cost. This bill adds an estimated $4.1 trillion to the deficit over the next decade. It injects massive liquidity into an economy that is already struggling with sticky inflation. Analysts at major banks are warning of fiscal reflation. This means that just as inflation was cooling, the government poured gasoline on the fire. This forces the Federal Reserve into a corner. They cannot cut interest rates if inflation surges back to 4%. They might even have to raise them. And that leads us to the second pillar, the debt, the corporate maturity wall. During the pandemic, companies borrowed trillions at near zero interest rates. They used that money to buy back stock and expand empires. But corporate bonds have a lifespan. And for a massive chunk of the global economy, that lifespan ends in 2026. Approximately 38% of all global corporate bond debt is set to mature in the next 3 years. Think about what that means. A company that borrowed at 2% interest must now refinance that debt at 5%, 6%, or 7%. This is the maturity wall. Refinancing at these rates will double or triple their interest payments. Profits will be wiped out just to pay the bank. For zombie companies, firms that barely make enough to pay interest as it is, this is a death sentence, the AI maturity wall. And then there's the third pillar, technology. For 2 years, the stock market has been carried on the back of the AI supercycle. NVIDIA, Microsoft, Google. They have spent hundreds of billions on chips and data centers. But 2026 is projected to be the year of the clash of magnitudes. Investors are starting to ask the ROI question. Where is the return on investment? If these massive expenditures do not result in massive new revenue streams by 2026, the market will realize it has priced in perfection and received reality. A revaluation of the tech sector wouldn't just be a dip, it would be a systemic shock. If the fundamentals are bad, the market structure is worse. We are seeing a signal that has preceded every major crash in the last century. It is called margin debt. Margin debt is money investors borrow from their brokers to buy stock. It is the ultimate expression of greed. It works great on the way up. It multiplies your gains. But on the way down, It works like gravity. It crushes you. The $1.21 trillion bomb. As of November 2025, margin debt in the United States hit a record $1.21 trillion, but the raw number isn't the scariest part. It is the rate of growth. Margin debt has been growing more than twice as fast as the S&P 500 itself. We saw this divergence ratio in 1929. We saw it in 2000. We saw it in 2007. The current level of margin debt represents 3.6% of US GDP. In 2000, at the peak of the dot-com bubble, it was only 2.6%. We are more leveraged now than during the biggest tech bubble in history, the margin cascade. Here is how the crash happens. It is not a straight line down. It is a margin cascade. The market drops a little, maybe due to an inflation report or a geopolitical scare. Traders on margin get a margin call. They have to put up cash or sell stock immediately. They sell stock. This pushes prices down further. This triggers more margin calls for other traders. They sell. Prices drop more. The algorithms kick in. The selling becomes automated. Liquidity evaporates. Within days, a correction becomes a crash. And because the investor credit balance is at a record negative $817 billion, there is no cash on the sidelines to buy the dip. Investors are all in. They have no shield. While the stock market is overleveraged, the real estate market is fundamentally broken. We are facing a crisis in commercial real estate, CRE, that makes 2008 look manageable. The office apocalypse. The shift to remote work was not temporary, it was structural. National office vacancy rates have climbed to over 14%. In cities like San Francisco, it is over 22%. Empty offices don't pay rent, but the landlords still have to pay the mortgage. The refinancing trap. In 2026 alone, $1.8 trillion in commercial loans are scheduled to mature. These loans were taken out when rates were low. Now, borrowers face a 75% to 100% jump in monthly debt service payments if they refinance. But banks don't want to refinance empty buildings. Property values have plummeted. The collateral is worth less than the loan. This creates a doom loop for regional banks. Small and mid-sized banks hold the vast majority of these commercial loans. If the landlords default, the banks take the loss. If the banks take enough losses, they fail. If banks fail, credit tightens for everyone, small businesses, home buyers, consumers. Lenders are currently playing a game called extend and pretend, giving borrowers a little more time, hoping rates will fall. But the one big beautiful bill suggests rates are staying high. The pretense ends in 2026. Wall Street talks about the resilient consumer. They point to spending numbers and say everything is fine. They are looking at the wrong numbers. The economy has split in two. This is a K-shaped economy. The top of the K, the asset owners, the wealthy, are doing fine because the stock market is up. The bottom of the K, the middle class and the working poor, are being suffocated. The 1859 trillion burden total U.S. household debt reached 1859 trillion in late 2025. Credit card balances alone are 1.23 trillion. But look at the delinquency rates. Serious delinquency on student loans has reached 14.26%. People are stopping payments on their education to pay for food. The middle pinch inflation is expected to remain sticky at around 3.5%. Wages are not keeping up. The OBBB Act cuts funding for Medicaid and SNAP food stamps to pay for tax cuts. This removes the safety net just as the cost of living spikes. We are seeing a rotation to necessity. Families are cutting back on discretionary spending to pay for insurance, rent, and food. When the consumer stops spending on extras, the earnings of companies like Apple, Nike, and Starbucks collapse. And since consumer spending is 70% of the US economy, when the consumer breaks, the recession begins. Despite all these risks, debt, real estate, inflation, consumer weakness, the stock market is priced as if nothing can go wrong. The CAPE ratio warning. The Shiller P/E ratio, or CAPE ratio, measures how expensive stocks are compared to their earnings over 10 years. As of late 2025, the CAPE ratio sits at 39.1. The historical average is around 20. The only times in history it has been this high were in 1929 and 1999. Both times were followed by catastrophic crashes that took decades to recover from. The market is priced for perfection. It assumes AI will change the world instantly. It assumes the Fed will cut rates perfectly. It assumes no geopolitical shocks. But the world is not perfect. The interest rate. Ceiling, there is a basic law of finance. The value of a stock is the present value of its future cash flows. When interest rates are percent, future cash flows are worth a lot. When interest rates are 3.5% or 4%, future cash flows are worth much less. The market has not adjusted to the new reality of the neutral rate. The Federal Reserve is signaling that rates will not go back to zero. The era of free money is over, but stock prices are still acting like it is 2021. This mathematical disconnect must resolve, and it usually resolves by price collapsing to meet reality. A crash can happen internally from debt, but it can also be triggered externally. We are living in a world of fragmentation. The energy shock. In December 2025, the US ordered a blockade of Venezuelan oil. This targets the shadow fleet exporting to China. While oil markets are currently calm, this removes supply from the market. If tensions escalate in the Middle East, or if the blockade tightens, oil could spike. High oil prices act like a tax on every consumer and business. They drive inflation up, forcing the Fed to keep rates high, which crushes the debt market. The semiconductor risk. And there is always the South China Sea. The entire AI boom depends on chips made in Taiwan. Any friction there acts as a liquidity omnivore, a crisis so scary that investors sell everything. Stocks, bonds, crypto, they rush to cash. In a market leveraged to the hilt, a geopolitical shock doesn't just lower prices, it triggers the margin calls we discussed earlier. Now, I know what you're thinking. People have been predicting a crash for years. Harry Dent has been wrong for a decade. Why should I listen now? It is true. Permabears often sell fear. But this time, the warnings aren't just coming from the fringe, they are coming from the center. JP Morgan Global Research forecasts a 35% probability of recession in 2026. Vanguard projects stock returns of only 4 to 5% for the next decade, warning of AI exuberance. These are conservative institutions. When they start sounding the alarm, it is not for clicks. It is because their internal data shows the math doesn't work. The difference in 2026 is the convergence. In previous years, we had one problem. Maybe it was inflation. Maybe it was a virus. In 2026, we have the corporate maturity wall plus, the real estate crisis plus, record margin, debt plus, sticky inflation plus, the AI ROI reality check. It is a triple threat scenario. Any one of these could be managed. All of them together create a systemic fragility that cannot be papered over. So if the crash is coming, what do? Do you sell everything and hide cash under the mattress? No, panic is not a strategy. Preparation is. The smart money is already rotating. They're moving from growth to quality. 1. The flight to quality investors are moving away from speculative tech stocks and into companies with real cash flow, low debt, and essential products. Value stocks. If the AI bubble bursts, people still need toothpaste, healthcare, and electricity. 2. The bond fortress. With rates higher, government bonds offer a real return. They act as a hedge. If the stock market crashes, money usually flees to bonds, driving their value up. 3. The gold hedge central banks are buying gold at record rates. Gold is the only asset that is not someone else's liability. In a world of sovereign debt crises and geopolitical blocks, gold is insurance against the system breaking. 4. Deleverage your life. The most important thing you can do is fix your own balance sheet. If you have variable rate debt, pay it off. If you're trading on margin, stop. In 2026, cash will be king because it will give you the power to buy assets when they are on sale. The crash of 2026, if it comes, will not be the end of the world, but it will be the end of an era. It will be the end of the winner-takes-all market where a few tech stocks hide the rot in the rest of the economy. It will be the end of the free money experiment that allowed zombie companies to survive. It will be a painful, necessary reset. Markets are efficient in the long run. They correct imbalances. Right now, we have the greatest imbalance in 80 years. The debt is too high. The prices are too high. The expectations are too high. Gravity always wins. The maturity wall is approaching. The margin calls are waiting. The history books are ready to be written. You cannot stop the crash, but you can ensure that when the dust settles, you are one of the survivors who is ready to rebuild. This is the financial coin historian. The numbers don't lie. And right now, the numbers are screaming.
All right. Any thoughts about that before you leave, bro?
Pretty on point. I've been telling people for years now that Trump's job, people don't understand. The people that are, let's say, under 20, let's say 30, don't understand that Trump went broke plenty of times as a casino owner, airline owner, professional sports team owner. And so he is a master of reorganization at levels we've never seen before, because when you add up all his properties and all the things he's done, he's generated trillions of dollars into the global economy. So this man is not just a financial wizard, but also a master reorganizer when it comes to
countries and involving economies that can affect the world. Now he's supposedly suing Denmark or let me rephrase. Yeah, no, hold on. He put 10% tariffs and is threatening 25% on Denmark, which is Greenland's the United States, basically. Puerto Rico, Guam, and all these other places in the world that ain't got nothing to do with the U.S., but they own the rights to the land. So we basically make the law here, regardless of how your people lived before. Same thing with Denmark and Greenland. So the point I'm making is all of these things, why now? Because that talk was around when he first came into office 2 years ago. Well, a year ago. But when he got elected, and in between the inauguration and the election was when all that talk about Greenland was going on. And you ain't heard nothing about it for a whole year till right now again. Why?
Okay. Right.
You know, in my opinion. So I'm not asking you. You can answer if you want. I was asking more rhetorically. These things, I believe, is why this distraction has to go on, because they just got to throw everything at the wall and hope some of it stick. I'm done.
Right. My thought on it is that if, in fact, Trump has lost all his properties and that he's in a massive hole of $6 billion, that he had to come up with some money to get something out of the deal, then that kind of lends credibility to what the New York Attorney General and everybody else was saying, that this man was a fraud. But then again, it can be a reflection on America being a fraud. So, you know, it just really depends on how you want to look at it. But the bottom line of it all is that America is in a hole. $38 trillion. How do you get out of that hole? By creating the greatest Ponzi scheme in the history of finance. And this is what Trump and his cabinet are doing. $38 trillion being passed off as legitimate bond, bills, notes, or whatever the hell they're going to use, and let everybody else hold the bag while America resituates itself and resets itself. So we'll see. And then how Africa plays a part in that, I really don't know. I mean, it'll be for the greater good of Africa and the diasporic black folks around the globe as we get our shit together and start taking over and buying all of Europe, buying America, buying Canada, and buying Australia, where the monopoly of black power, economically speaking and politically speaking, take root, and that root will never be uprooted ever again. So, yeah. So you're gonna go now, or?
I said 3 hours. It's only 2:40 right now.
Okay.
Yeah. You trying to get rid of me or something, man?
No. You said 20 minutes, so I want to respect your time.
I said 3 hours. I ain't say 20 minutes.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, let's get at it.
Okay.
Let's get at it. This one is 11 minutes.
Let's go.
Right back.
Come on with it, brother.
Yeah, let me pull it up because I fucked up the last time. I didn't put it on share screen. So let's go. Can you see it? Yeah, okay. So let's go.
Legislation in American history moved one step closer to reality. Late last night, a committee vote pushed forward the framework for a fully digital financial system. They call it modernization, and we call it total control. The bill doesn't explicitly say cash is illegal, but it creates the infrastructure to make using cash impossible. It mandates that businesses report digital transactions instantly to the IRS. It lays the groundwork for the central bank digital currency, CBDC, to replace the physical dollar. The law is written, the trap is set, and once the digital cage door closes, there is no way out. The weapon they are using is called FedNow. The Federal Reserve launched this instant payment system quietly. They sold it to you as a way to get your paycheck faster. But what they didn't tell you is that FedNow is the backbone of the digital dollar. It allows the central bank to see every single transaction in real time. Unlike the old system, which was private and slow, this system is fast and transparent to the government. Every coffee you buy, every donation you make, every silver coin you purchase, it is all logged on the Fed's ledger. Privacy is the casualty of convenience. There is a growing chorus in Washington calling for the elimination of the $100 bill. They say it is used only by criminals and tax evaders. This is a lie. The $100 bill represents 80% of the cash in circulation. It is the primary way Americans store wealth outside the banking system. By eliminating high denomination notes, they make it physically impossible to hold significant savings in cash. You can't store your life savings in ones and fives. This is a war on savings. They want to force your money back into the digital bank where they can tax it, track it, and debase it. The scariest part of the new law is programmability. A CBDC is not just digital money, it is smart money. The government can write code into the currency. They can say, the stimulus check expires in 30 days. If you don't spend it, it disappears. They can say, this money cannot be used to buy guns or ammo or gold. It turns your property into a permission slip. If you are a good citizen, you can spend. If you are a dissident, your wallet is turned off. This is the Chinese social credit system coming to America. The law also includes tax incentives for businesses to go cashless. They are bribing shop owners to stop accepting your paper money. Have you noticed the no cash signs popping up at coffee shops and stadiums? That isn't an accident. It is policy. They're creating friction. They want to make using cash so difficult and annoying that you voluntarily switch to the digital app. They are nudging the population into the digital slaughterhouse. The new bill lowers the reporting threshold even further. Remember the $600 rule? They want to track everything. If you sell a used lawnmower to your neighbor, the IRS wants a cut. This destroys the gray economy, the garage sales, the flea markets, the side hustles that keep the working class alive. By tracking every penny, they ensure that they can tax you on every breath you take. This is not about fighting billionaires. It is about shaking down the middle class. Why do they want you in the digital system? Because of the bail-ins we discussed. If your money is physical cash in a safe, they cannot seize it to bail out a failing bank. If your money is digital digits in their computer, they can take it with a keystroke. The cash ban is necessary to make the bail-in work. They need to fence you in before they shear the sheep. If you have no exit ramp, you have to accept the haircut. They are using fear to sell this. They say physical cash spreads viruses. They say digital is safer. They are conditioning the younger generation to believe that cash is dirty and obsolete. A child born today might never hold a physical dollar bill. This cultural shift is intentional. If you don't know what freedom feels like, you won't fight for it. We are the last generation that remembers financial privacy. This isn't just an American law. The IMF, International Monetary Fund, and the WEF, World Economic Forum, have released handbooks on how to implement CBDCs globally. 100 countries are exploring digital currencies. It is a coordinated global rollout. They want a single interoperable digital ledger where they can track money across borders instantly. There will be no Swiss bank accounts. There will be no offshore havens. There will only be the grid. This is why silver is soaring. Silver is the anti-CBDC. It is money that cannot be tracked, hacked, or turned off. As the digital grid tightens, the premium on privacy will explode. People will pay a massive premium for silver coins just to have a medium of exchange that the government cannot see. Silver will become the currency of the free market, while the CBDC becomes the currency of the state. The law proposes a digital wallet for every citizen linked to your social security number and your digital ID. This wallet will be the only way to receive government benefits, tax refunds, or stimulus checks. They will starve you into adoption. You want your check? Download the app. Once you are on the app, they own you. This is the coercion mechanism. Once cash is banned, the Fed can implement negative interest rates. They can charge you 5% interest to keep money in the bank. You would watch your savings rot away. In a cash world, you would just pull your money out. In a digital world, you are trapped. You are forced to spend or invest in their rigged stock market. This is the ultimate tool for central bankers to force consumption. What happens when the power goes out? What happens when the system is hacked? A cashless society is a fragile society. One solar flare or one cyber attack and nobody can buy food. We are building a system with a single point of failure. Physical cash works in a blackout. Silver works in a hurricane. Digital dollars only work when the lights are on. Small businesses are fighting back. In some states, laws have been passed requiring businesses to accept cash. This is the resistance. Support businesses that take cash. Use cash every chance you get. Use it or lose it. Every time you swipe a card, you vote for the digital prison. Every time you hand over a bill, you vote for freedom. Look at what happened in Canada during the trucker protests. The government froze the bank accounts of people who donated $50 to a peaceful protest. They didn't need a trial. They didn't need a judge. They just pressed a button. This is the future of the CBDC. Political dissent will be punished financially. Your wallet will be weaponized against you. Gold is the tier 1 asset for central banks. Silver is the tier 1 asset for the people. As the dollar becomes digital, gold becomes the settlement layer for nations, and silver becomes the settlement layer for individuals. This bifurcation is inevitable. The digital system will exist for control. The metal system will exist for value. They are moving fast. The pilot programs are done. The infrastructure is built. The next crisis, a war, a pandemic, a cyber attack, will be the excuse to make the switch mandatory. They never let a crisis go to waste. 2026 is the target year for full implementation. You have months, not years, to prepare.
You always wondered why that app didn't exist. Now you can make it. Meet Replit Agent.
Get comfortable holding cash. Keep a few months of expenses and small bills at home, but don't hold too much because inflation will eat it. Move the bulk of your savings into physical gold and silver. Build a local network of people who trade in goods and services, not digital credits. Become uncancelable. Privacy is a human right. Financial freedom is a human right. The government does not have the right to know what you buy. Resisting the cashless society is a moral imperative. It is about preserving dignity and autonomy for future generations. The law has passed. The machine is turned on. The cash ban is coming. But it is not here yet. You still have a window to convert your digital illusion into physical reality. Use the system while it still works to exit the system before it locks you in. The dollar is dying. Do not let your freedom die with it. There's a covert operation happening right now called Operation Choke Point 2.0. The government is pressuring banks to cut off services to undesirable industries without passing a single law. Gun shops, crypto exchanges, and precious metals dealers are finding their bank accounts closed without explanation. This is the financial debanking of legal businesses. In a cash society, you can still operate. In a cashless society, debanking is a death sentence. The government is outsourcing censorship to the banking cartel, and they are coming for anyone who steps out of line. To use the new digital dollar, you will need to prove your identity. This means scanning your face, your fingerprint, or your iris. The new law funds the rollout of digital ID infrastructure in airports and public buildings. They want to link your biological identity to your financial identity. If you refuse the scan, you refuse the transaction. This destroys anonymity forever. You become a barcode in the system. If your biometrics are hacked, you don't just lose your money, you lose your identity. One of the most dystopian features of a CBDC is expiration. The central bank can issue money that vanishes if not spent within a certain time frame. They will use this to stimulate the economy. Spend this $1,000 stimulus by Friday, or it deletes itself. This destroys the ability to save. It forces you to live hand to mouth. It turns money into a tool of behavioral modification. You cannot build generational wealth with money that rots like fruit. We must revisit negative rates. In a digital system, there is no lower bound to interest rates. They can charge you 5% interest to keep money in the bank to force you to spend. In a cash world, you would just pull your money out and put it under the mattress. In a digital world, you are trapped. You're forced to watch your savings evaporate or spend them on things you don't need. It is the ultimate war on the saver and the final victory of the debtor. MasterCard and Visa have already developed technology to track the carbon footprint of your purchases. With the digital dollar, this tracker becomes mandatory. They can set a carbon limit on your wallet. If you buy too much gas or too much red meat, your card declines. This is the implementation of the green agenda through financial coercion. They won't ban meat, they will just make it impossible for you to buy it with their money. The World Economic Forum has warned of a cyber pandemic that could wipe out banking records. If this happens, how do you prove how much money you had? In a digital world, your wealth is just a database entry. If the grid goes down due to a storm, a war, or a hack, you are destitute. Physical silver is immune to cyber warfare. You cannot hack a Silver Eagle. It works without electricity. It is the ultimate backup drive for your life. The good news is that resistance is possible. Look at Nigeria. The government launched the Naira CBDC and tried to limit cash withdrawals to force adoption. The people rioted. They refused to use it. They turned to Bitcoin and physical cash. The adoption rate was less than 0.5%. This proves that if the people refuse to comply, the system fails. We must learn from Nigeria. Do not download the app. Do not use the QR code. Keep using cash. When the depression hits in 2026, they will offer universal basic income as the solution. They will promise free money to anyone who signs up for the digital ID. Millions of desperate people will accept. This is the bribe. They break your legs with inflation and then offer you a digital crutch. You must be prepared to refuse the bribe. Independence is expensive, but slavery is free. In a world of total surveillance, silver is the only blind spot. It is the only asset that allows for private peer-to-peer trade without a middleman. By holding silver, you are holding liberty in physical form. It is the currency of the resistance. As the digital walls close in, the premium on privacy will skyrocket. Silver will trade not just on its industrial value, but on its freedom value. The law has passed, the machine is turned on, the cash ban is coming, but it is not here yet. You still have a window to convert your digital illusion into physical reality. Use the system while it still works to exit the system before it locks you in. The dollar is dying. Do not let your freedom die with it.
All right. Let me play this one, bro, and then I'll come right back. Oh, hold on. Let me put that back on the share screen.
While you do that, I just want to say this real quick to the people out there listening.
Okay, go ahead.
We're going to need money in the near future. We have to be trained on how not to use it because it's not going to be necessary soon. The earth is abundant. There should be no starvation or homelessness on the earth. I don't care where you are. That's how abundant there is, that the earth is. So that's all.
Okay. So let's move on and do that one, then I'll be right back in 2 minutes.
Shalom. First of all, I want to come on here and I want to ask for forgiveness from my brothers and sisters, the true, chosen people of the Most High Yahuwah. I want to ask for your forgiveness for what our ancestors have done, the atrocities, the inhumane injustices, the tortures, the beatings, the rapes, the whippings, throwing the babies to alligator baits. And I also want to recognize you for who you truly are. And I want all these Gentiles, people who are...
Let's read that. Negro claim to be Jewish is legitimate. And this is Lenore Burson. The land of Israel is located in Western Asia and borders on North Africa. All of the native inhabitants of that region were non-white. They don't start saying white anyway. When Spain expelled the Jews in 1492, many of them went to Africa. It seemed probable that some of them were brought later to America. Of course, that happened. The spirituals never sing of African rivers. It always the Jordan or the Red Sea. They don't sing about African chiefs or kings. It's David or Moses or some other Jewish character from the Bible. I rest my motherfucking case. Hold on.
like me, light skin, to know the truth. And why all these things are happening, because vengeance belongs to Yahuwah. He did not cast his people away. You need to go to read Deuteronomy 28, verse 64 through 68. Actually, read it all so you get the whole context. Describes the blessings and the curses if his people were disobedient to his laws, his feast days, his commandments. What would happen? And if he does that to his chosen people, what do you think he's going to do to those who are not his or grafted into his? There's a big judgment coming. And Revelation 2:9 and 3:9 tells us that those are not his chosen people, but are the synagogue of Satan and do lie, paraphrasing. There is a judgment for doing these pagan holidays. There's judgment for breaking commandments. And I can only imagine how mad the Father is for sending his son, and they change his name, his image, remove the Father's feast days and put in theirs pagan, demonic, Satan worshiping days. And he knows my heart. Yeah, that ought to scare you people. For the heart is wicked and deceitful above all, who can know it? He sure does know it. He knows your thoughts. He knows the number of hairs on your head. There's nothing he don't see. Did he who create the eye not see? And does he who not create the ear not hear? I mean, repent, for the kingdom of Yahuwah is at hand.
You've tried AI that writes junk. This one, it actually gets it right. Designer doesn't just throw words.
So that's it. Anything before? You want to comment?
Yeah, you know, don't she use the Bible to make all those references and stuff like that?
Right.
And I don't really deal with it. Like it's like almost the whole show, bro, is almost the same theme when it comes to my perspective of looking at it. If it's gonna get you where you need to be, I'm all for it, even though I don't agree with the delivery mechanism. You know, it is what it is. I mean, her message basically is that some of them, most of them, gotta go because of what they've done to her, and some of them know it.
Right. Right.
So she could have justified it with just history, religion, spirituality. Take your pick. It
Okay.
all comes down to the same thing. She said judgment is coming. That's the only thing I disagree with. Judgment is here.
There you go. There you go. So, are you going to go now, or are you going to stick around for a few?
I stick around for one more.
Okay, let's get to it. This one's real short.
No audio, no video again.
All right, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. Hold on. I gotta put it on share screen. So, hold on. I keep forgetting that. Remind me, all right? Okay, so can you see it?
Went away last night from Thomas Snowden's plantation. The 6 following servant men, viz. William Lowe, an Englishman, about 20 years of age, about 5 feet 8 or 9 inches high, by trade a blacksmith, of a swarthy complexion, and has lost one of his 4 teeth, had on an Osnabrück shirt, dirty brown Holland trousers, old castor hat, old shoes, and plated buckles. Richard Ellingsworth, born in Yorkshire, about 25 years of age, 5 feet 8 or 9 inches high, of a dark complexion and pretty well set, had on an Osnabrück shirt, crocus trousers, old flowered lapelled waistcoat, old felt hat, and good shoes. Richard Thompson, born in the north of England, about 27 years of age, about 5 feet 5 or 6 inches high, of a swarthy complexion, and is much pitted with the smallpox, had on an Osnabrück shirt, crocus trousers, old felt hat, and good shoes with copper buckles. Thomas Hogg, born in Yorkshire, about 25 years of age, about 5 feet 6 or 7 inches high, and of a swarthy complexion, had on an Osnabrück shirt, black breeches and stockings, and half-worn castor hat, and old shoes with copper buckles. Went away last night from Thomas Snowden's plantation.
Okay, so
the 6 following.
Any thoughts about that? They were talking about the European blacks who were transported to America,
right,
during the prisoners of war, during the
colonial times. Colonial?
Huh?
Colonial?
No. Well, about colonial time, but I'm just saying Jack Johnson came over with that. I'm trying to remember the name of it. Oh, shit.
Where did it come
from? Jack Johnson came from England. This was the what the hell? I don't believe I'm drawing a blank. There's something affair. The shit. What the hell was it? I don't forget. But if I think about it, then I'll let you know. But that's what that was all about. Because
I thought Jack Johnson was born in Galveston, Texas.
No, he come from. He was transported from Britain.
The record says he was born in Galveston, Texas. That's what the record says. I know because I did some extensive research on it years ago.
It might be, but from what I've looked at,
I'm gonna look it up right now.
Right? Yeah, please do. What the hell? What the hell? The name of that? Wow, I can't remember it. Can't remember it. But anyways, this one is 13 minutes. Let's just keep it moving, and then I'll be right back. Hold on. Yeah, let me bring that back up on the share screen. So we're going at a good pace. Can you see it? Okay.
Yeah.
Just let me know. Just let me know when you find it. Hold on.
As Chinese
I see a moving shit. Okay.
Of Africa.
Okay. Say it again. I didn't hear you, bro. Say it again.
Before you hit volume, before you press play, it was no volume. It was just moving for a second, but then it came on right when I started talking. Proceed, please.
Oh, okay. So let's keep it moving.
The era of Western maritime monopoly is over. Ibrahim Traore says, BRICS is no longer just a trade bloc. It's a wall of steel.
They told us the world was a garden, and they were the only gardeners. They said the oceans were their private lanes, and the continents were their warehouses. But look to the southern tip of our motherland today. Look at the waters of Simonstown. In this 2026, the horizon has changed. The gray steel you see on the waves, the warships of China, the corvettes of Russia, the vessels of Iran, they are not just visiting our shores, they are the heralds of a new reality. For decades, the West has used its navies as a leash, a silent threat to any nation that dared to claim its own destiny. They thought that by imposing 30% tariffs on South Africa or seizing tankers in the North Atlantic, they could freeze the world in a 20th century mold. But the Will for Peace 2026 drills are a declaration. The sea no longer belongs to a single master. While the Donroe Doctrine attempts to annex the ice of Greenland and the gold of the Sahel, a wall of steel is rising in the south. This is not just a military exercise. It is the arrival of the multipolar world at our very gates. The era of the lone superpower is drowning in these waters, and a new sunrise is breaking over the Atlantic. They think their sanctions are a God-given right. In Washington, they threaten us with 100% tariffs, a 21st century economic blockade designed to starve any nation that dares to trade outside the shadow of the US dollar. They believe that by seizing a Russian tanker in the North Atlantic or freezing the accounts of the sovereign, they can dictate who we are and what we own. But look at the waters of Cape Town today. These warships, these destroyers from China and corvettes from Russia are not just floating artillery. They are an economic shield. In the Sahel, we have learned that sovereignty is a hollow word if you cannot protect your trade. The Will for Peace 2026 drills are our answer to their financial blackmail. When Trump threatens to cut us off from the world, we build our own world. These vessels are here to ensure that the lithium of the Arctic, the gold of the Sahara, and the grain of the Eurasian plains can flow freely, regardless of who sits in the White House. We are no longer asking for permission to exist in the global market. We are demonstrating that if you try to blockade the global south, you will find a wall of steel waiting for you. The monopoly on force has ended, and with it, the monopoly on our future. They call me a soldier of the Sahel, but my vision has never stopped at the borders of Burkina Faso. What the world now calls the Traoré Doctrine is not just a policy for our deserts. It is a philosophical bridge to the very warships we see today. It is built on a single, uncompromising truth, absolute sovereignty. For too long, we were told that sovereignty was a flag and a seat at the UN, while our resources were stolen by piracy with legal documents. No more. Whether it is the gold of our soil or the trade routes of the Atlantic, the owner must be the master. This is why the BRICS naval presence is so vital. It is the military muscle that backs our intellectual rebellion. When I sat with President Putin in Moscow, or aligned our path with the rise of China, I saw a future where no nation has to kneel to survive. We are delinking our destiny from the rigged global system. My doctrine is simple. If the West treats our resources as their property, we treat their rules as non-existent. The ships in Simonstown are the proof that we are not alone in this fight. We are building a multipolar shield where the Traoré effect, action over words, dignity over aid, becomes the new law of the global South. Do not be deceived by the distance or the ice. The shadow moving across Greenland today is the same shadow that has darkened Africa for centuries. As we speak in 2026, the masks of diplomacy have fallen. The White House has officially declared the acquisition of Greenland a national security priority. They call it the Donroe Doctrine, a 21st century update to the old imperial logic. They look at the Arctic and they don't see a fragile ecosystem or a sovereign people. They see a warehouse of rare earth minerals. They see the lithium and the neodymium they need to power their empire, and they are willing to dismantle NATO itself to take it. They tell the Inuit people the same lies they told us. We come to bring progress. We come to bring security. But their security is an invasion. They offer $100,000 bribes to Greenlandic citizens while threatening the hard way, military force, if Copenhagen does not yield. This is the ultimate proof of what the Traoré Doctrine warns against. An empire in decline is a desperate predator. They are terrified of China's grip on minerals, so they turn to the last frontiers to steal what they cannot build. But the people of the North are waking up. Just as we reclaimed our gold in the Sahel, the Inuit are standing firm, declaring they are not for sale. The Arctic is the new Africa, and the resistance must be global. While we look to the horizon for the ships of our allies, the enemy is already inside the house, counting their silver. On the night of January 3rd, 2026, they thought they had bought my silence. Our intelligence intercepted the plot just hours before the strike. The former leader Damiba, sitting in the safety of exile, had coordinated with foreign interests to mine my residence and disable our drone launch base. They wanted us blind and defenseless for a foreign ground intervention. But they forgot one thing. A leader protected by his people cannot be bought by a spy's budget. When the word of the coup leaked, the streets of Ouagadougou didn't fill with soldiers. They filled with the people. They became my shield. This $125,000 plot is the Donroe Doctrine in action. It is the price the West puts on any leader who refuses to sell his country's resources for pennies. Whether it is a color revolution in the Sahel or a sovereignty transfer in Greenland, the playbook is the same. Destabilize, decapitate, and despoil. They try to kill the man because they cannot kill the idea. Watch closely, because the empire is eating itself. For decades, NATO was their holy wall, a unified front to keep the world under their thumb. But in this January of 2026, the wall is crumbling because of a single word: greed. The Donroe Doctrine has done what no enemy army could. It has broken the Western alliance. When Washington demanded that Denmark facilitate the transfer of Greenlandic sovereignty for the sake of American mineral security, they didn't just ask for land, they demanded an unconditional surrender of European dignity. Now Copenhagen is in shock, and Brussels is in a panic. The US is threatening to withdraw its security umbrella if it doesn't get its Arctic prize. This is the ultimate proof that there are no allies in their system, only masters and servants. While the BRICS nations are uniting their navies in the South to protect the common interest, the West is tearing itself apart to steal from its own brothers. They talk about protecting democracy in the Sahel, yet they threaten to abandon their oldest partners the moment a mountain of lithium is at stake. The fracture is deep, and it is permanent. The West is no longer a superpower. It is a collection of rivals fighting over the scraps of a dying order. They think the Arctic is a wasteland because they only see value in what they can dig out and sell. They look at the 56,000 souls of Greenland and see a rounding error in their imperial math. But I see something else. I see the Kalaaleet, the Inuit people, who have stood as the guardians of the ice for millennia. In this January of 2026, their struggle is the mirror of our own. When Washington speaks of acquisition and national necessity, the Inuit respond with a truth that no treasury can buy: nothing about Greenland without Greenland. The Inuit Ataqatigiit Party has already banned the mining of uranium to protect their water and their life. They are doing exactly what we have done in the Sahel, refusing to trade their children's health for a foreign corporation's profit. The West calls this obstruction. I call it sovereignty of the soul. They treat the Inuit like an item on a grocery list, just as they treat the Burkinabe like labor for their gold mines. But the people of the North are waking up to the same reality we have mastered, that a small nation, when unified by its culture and its land, becomes an unbreakable wall. Whether it is the heat of our deserts or the cold of their fjords, the message is the same. Our dignity is not a commodity, and our motherland is not for sale. Look closely at the formation of the ships in Simon's Town. They are not just practicing for war, they are building the lifeboats of the global South. In this January of 2026, we are witnessing the birth of a maritime Silk Road that no longer begs for Western passage. For centuries, our trade was a prisoner of their geography, forced through their canals, taxed by their banks, and threatened by their carriers. But the BRICS Plus Navy is rewriting the map. These warships are the security detail for a new world economy. They are here to protect the corridors that link the lithium of the north to the factories of the east and the markets of the south. While Washington seizes tankers in the North Atlantic to enforce their rules, we are practicing joint actions to ensure the safety of shipping. We are not creating a blockade, we are breaking one. This is the ultimate will for peace, the ability to trade, to grow, and to thrive without the permission of a dying hegemon. These ships prove that our sovereignty is not just landlocked in the Sahel, it is now arriving with full force at sea. The hunters are realizing that the ocean is no longer their private backyard. Let the message be heard clearly along the banks of the Potomac. Your era of low-cost regime change is over. The failure of the January 3rd plot was not just a defeat for Damiba, it was a humiliation for the agencies that funded him. They thought a few mines and a silenced drone base would allow them to sneak back into the Sahel and resume the plunder. But they found a nation that is no longer afraid to die for its dignity. Because their secret wars are failing, they are now forced into the open. This is why they are desperate for Greenland. This is why they threaten their own allies in NATO. They are losing their grip on the heart of Africa, so they are trying to seize the throat of the Arctic. But they are late. The warships in the south are a signal that the global south is no longer a collection of vulnerable targets. We are a coordinated front. Every time you attempt to destabilize a sovereign leader in the Sahel, you will see a Chinese destroyer or a Russian frigate docking in a friendly port nearby. The will for peace is our way of telling you that the costs of your aggression have just become unaffordable. We have moved from defense to deterrence. The hunter is now the one being tracked. They tell you they are saving the planet. They wear the mask of green energy and sustainability while they carry the same old whip. In this January of 2026, the global push for the energy transition has become the ultimate cover for a new era of green colonialism. They look at the lithium in Greenland and the cobalt in Africa, and they see sacrifice zones. They want to drive their clean cars in the streets of Paris and Washington, while our lands are turned into chemical graveyards. In the Sahel, we have seen this lie before. They come for our gold and uranium under the guise of development, only to leave us with poisoned wells and empty pockets. Now they apply the same logic to the Arctic. For every ton of rare earths they dig from Greenland's ice, they generate 2,000 tons of toxic waste. They call this progress. I call it the lithium trap. They want to replace black gold with green gold, but the ownership remains in the same hands. This is why the Traoré doctrine is so dangerous to them, because we refuse to let our resources be the cheap material base for their green fantasy. We are nationalizing our mines in the Sahel, and the Inuit are blocking the uranium pits in the north. We are telling the world that a just transition cannot be built on an unjust theft. They thought their $125,000 would buy a funeral for our revolution. Instead, it bought a mirror that showed the world the face of their desperation. The failure of the January 3rd plot was not just a victory for Burkina Faso. It was the moment the global south realized the old masters are losing their touch. They are so bankrupt of ideas that they must rely on the same tired scripts of the 1960s. The paid informant, the silent bomb, the exiled puppet. But the people are no longer the same. In this January of 2026, our confidence is forged in the fire of their failed aggression. When the people of the Sahel stood as my shield, they weren't just protecting a man, they were protecting the very principle that the BRICS warships are now defending at sea, the right to say no. This failed coup has become our greatest catalyst. It has proven that their soft power is dead, and their hard power is being neutralized by a new global solidarity. From the streets of Ouagadougou to the fjords of Nuuk, the message is vibrating through the earth. Your money cannot buy us, and your steel cannot break us. The era of fear is over, and the era of the sovereign has begun. The horizon is no longer a limit, it is a promise. As we stand here in the dawn of 2026, the world is witnessing the end of a 500-year-old story, the story of the few deciding for the many. The Donroe Doctrine is fracturing, and the warships of the global south are anchoring the peace of a new century. We are not just dreaming of a multipolar world, we are living in it. Whether you are in the deserts of the Sahel or the ice fields of Greenland, the message is the same. Your land is your blood, your resources are your children's future. To the empires of the past, I say, look to the seas and see our unity. To the people of the world, I say, rise and claim what is yours. The chains are not just breaking, they are being melted down to build the foundation of our collective sovereignty. We are the masters of our soil, the captains of our souls, and the architects of a world where no one is left behind in the shadow of a hegemon. The era of the people has arrived. Sovereignty or death, we shall overcome.
All right. Any thought, bro?
Yeah, before I go, another nice video, nice, short and sweet. Again, I hope all people of melanin can unite to the point where we can be amongst each other, and there's 20 of us and 100,000 of them, and they say, man, we got enough, man. Just come on down. Wherever you go in the world, that's my goal. No spying, no backstabbing, none of that. Just come on down. You're not a threat to us, and we're gonna have a party tonight, and you're invited. And just bring yourself. You don't have to bring nothing, and you're gonna have a great time. And when some of us decide to come where you're from, all we asking is that you do the same. Accommodate us, feed us, and let's work on doing some business so that we don't have to get jobs with other people. We can just be around each other all the time. What's wrong with that? Imagine a country of Harlems, but developed. Harlem all over, South Side, Chicago, South Side of Memphis, whatever.
Right.
100 of them. Countries, not cities, countries.
Right.
Man, we already there, brother. We just need to, and this is why Traore, and I'm glad you keep, focusing on him, because that is the mentality we need, wherever you are, in your own way of doing that. That's the mentality, like, fuck that. We taking it.
We're on code.
There you go. And with that said, brother, I'm gonna hear your last word, then I gotta go.
All right. Hold on. Yeah, let me do that. Share screen.
You gonna show another video?
Yeah, I got like 4 more to go.
Okay, well, I gotta go now because it's almost 3:20.
Oh, okay.
So,
Okay.
all right. I just wanted to.
All right, I appreciate you coming on.
Yeah, we'll talk during the week, brother.
All right, stay black.
You too, brother. Peace.
Peace. All right, so here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We're coming down to the wire, and I'll be
delicious.
Right back.
Oh my goodness. So one of the main reasons that I left the right is that I came to the conclusion that there are even more racists than the left. And I think everything that has transpired since then has proven that to be an accurate statement, because this video, this leaked audio of Matt Walsh is, man, it is the chef's kiss. It really is. It is emblematic of all the criticisms I've levied against the conservative right for a while now. And as I've said before, when they mention America or Americans, they're referencing white people. They're not mentioning, they don't think about Black Americans. That's not what they consider as America, as the poster child of America. They view it as white. When they talk about this country, they mean white people. That's what they mean. Now, they've tried to deny it. Oh, that's not what we mean. We mean everyone. We want all Americans. This doesn't mean if you're Black, white, blah, blah, blah. But that's bullcrap. And I can't stand that bullcrap. It's tantamount to when they're celebrating Independence Day and they're like, well, later on, you guys can come on too. It's for everybody. It's like, no, that's not what Independence Day was about. Okay, that's not what it was about. While you had, as far as Black American slaves, y'all were celebrating freedom and then invited Frederick Douglass to do a speech. This is the type of hypocrisy that is this country. This is the type of anti-Black hatred that is America. And there's nothing wrong with saying that, as long as you're trying to rectify this anti-Black sentiment that has, created very, very strong roots in this country. But even acknowledging that, when it comes to the white conservative, they say, oh, why you have to make it about race? It's like, we didn't make it about race. Black people, Black Americans have never made it about race. We wanted to go to the water fountain just like you. We didn't make it about race. We wanted to live in that neighborhood just like you. We didn't make it about race. There is, the litany of things that these group of people have done and then try to gaslight us into making it seem that, hey, we're the problem is astronomical. It really is. And in this video, it is gold because you have this guy who clearly is in an interracial marriage, right? His wife is clearly Mexican and he's talking to Matt Walsh and he's like, hey, listen, people can come over here from Mexico and assimilate. And Matt Walsh is like, no. Listen, race and culture are the same. It's not going to happen. Of course, they're going to bring their culture over here. All right. Anglo-Saxons created this country.
Bringing the culture with them. Of course they're going to. Of course they're going to. That's what makes them Mexican. Of course they will. That is not.
I'm saying if they stop identifying themselves as just Mexicans and they start, appreciating the country that they currently reside.
What is the country? I mean,
America.
Well, then what does that mean? If you take away the Anglo-Saxon culture, which is what started this damn country.
Yeah, but
not damn country.
You can adopt philosophies, is my point. So I'm confused by race or culture. Like, what are you promoting?
Both. You can't separate them. They're the same.
And I'm just thinking to myself, are we still going off of this lie? Is this really what we're still going off of? Right? It's crazy because this video was in 2011, I believe. And I'm like, do people still believe that they created this country? Because that's as bad as you still believing in the Easter Bunny or Santa Claus or that Christopher Columbus discovered America. Like, what other whitewash myths, not even myths, just bold-faced lies, what other lies are they still perpetuating? Like, listen, there was no country. Do they understand this? That there was land. That's all there was. And in fact, they were giving away land. They were asking people to come over here and please use this land. And guess how they used the land? These mofos were so lazy that what did they use? They used slave labor. And it's crazy when they try to dismiss or downplay the role that labor had in this country. Like, you wouldn't have anything if it was not for Black American labor. And you guys couldn't let it go to the point that you tried to racialize slavery, which was a wild concept because they want to talk about everyone was slaves. But there was only one group of people that tried to pin slavery as a good thing, as it was beneficial to Black people. This type of wickedness is the same type of wickedness that I've said before that we see all throughout history. There is a lineage of evil that currently we are dealing with. And I want people to understand what he is saying. When it comes to assimilation, this is essentially just get out. So they want to strip you of your Blackness, of your Black American culture, and assimilate you into theirs. That's where you get the Brandon Tatums. That's where you get the conservative perspective. That's where you get the Candace Owens. That's where you get these Black conservatives because they have stripped away who they are as a Black person and have replaced that with white platitudes and white concerns. That's why they don't speak on behalf of Black people, but they speak to Black people on the behalf of white people because that's their job in this country. That's how they have made it to the positions that they are in by as far as, giving cover for the racist, dominant society. But then the audio gets even better because then Matt Walsh starts crying about birth rates. I kid you not. All the stuff that I've heard, whether it's Dr. Francis Welsing, whether it's Claude Anderson, whether it's a litany of Black scholars, everything. This is the accumulation of all of their work in an audio bite. He's complaining about birth rates. He's like, listen, we're just going to die out. And I'm just like, what? Are you, what? Is he really saying this? Is this really what they're thinking? Because you can always assume, right? This is probably what based on how you're behaving, right? Based off of how you behaved in the past, which is from an inferiority complex, I can now see, how you're behaving currently and probably what you think.
When the original inhabitants of at least the United States of America are dying off because we've decided we're too cool to have kids, then why wouldn't they bring their culture? Because there's a cultural void. What I'm saying is that when we die off, as we have been, we have left a cultural void.
What you think, which is leading to these actions of inferiority, because a group of people who believe them to be superior don't behave the way that these races have behaved historically. They don't do that. What they have done is exactly what the scripture says they've done, to kill, steal, and destroy. That's literally what they have done for centuries and centuries and centuries. And then try to downplay that due to inventions that many of them stole or many of them were assisted with. Like say, hey, but look at what we created. And it's like, yeah, but at what cost though? And what you created is nothing more than corruption. It's just a nice, fancier corruption than other countries in which you decimated, right? You go to another country, decimate it, destroy, the rulers, destroy the foundation, then come back here and say, well, look how great we are. It's like, well, you freaking pillaged over here. You destroyed over here. You toppled that system over here. Of course you're going to be good. Of course you're going to be better than the other people that you destroyed. But that's another story. I just find it interesting of Matt Walsh crying about, hey, well, we need to create more white babies, because that's what he's saying. And it's hilarious because the guy doesn't get it. He doesn't get it because the dude is still talking about, well, listen, my wife, Maria, Maria is not Anglo-Saxon. And, I think she's adopted into the culture, which is, think about this. They're saying what I've been saying for quite some time. And what people before me have been saying for decades and generations.
I mean, I married somebody I don't think Maria is Anglo-Saxon, and she definitely has left her culture at the door. So, I mean, if Maria and I have 5 kids, now I'm confused. Am I perpetuating the problem or
That's what they want. They want to duplicate a white person. That's what they want. Whether it's mentally, physically, spiritually, that's their goal. That's what they want. That's what the guy is saying who is married to a non-white person. He's saying, hey, I've got her. I've assimilated her. She thinks just like you and me. And Matt Walsh is going a step further by saying, listen, that's not good enough. Because what he tries to do is backpedal. He's trying to say, well, you're trying to make me out to be this racist or whatnot. And that's not what I'm saying.
Keep bringing this up and it makes me look like I'm making some racist point. I know you're saying that's what you're trying to do, but that's obviously not what I'm saying. Have relations and kids with whoever you fall in love with. That's great. Right. All I'm saying is that as a general rule, for our culture and our identity to continue, we need to just procreate.
All I'm saying is, and he then goes on to talk about, hey, essentially what he said in the beginning, which is race and culture are the same. And that white people need to have babies with other white people in order to keep the population alive, in order to keep the birth rates alive, or else they're gonna become extinct. And he goes on to say, well, we had a good 300-year run and something like that, but it is what it is.
Or we can become extinct. If that's the route we choose, then hey, it was a good run. Got a good 300 years out of it, almost.
And it's just like, this is wild to actually hear this. It's just wild to actually hear this from someone of such prominence, such as Matt Walsh. You have, the cretins of the political arena saying this stuff. You have, offshoots, YouTube channels and stuff like saying this stuff. But it's so interesting to see, oh, this really is what you guys think and what you guys fear. This is amazing. Because in addition to all this, he talks about the Civil War was a culture problem.
That's why we fought the Civil War to begin with, was because there was a cultural difference between the North and the South.
Think about what he just said. He said the Civil War was a culture problem. Now, mind you, he just said earlier that race and culture are the same. You can't separate the two. Who was the Civil War between? Was it between whites and blacks? Huh? Was it between whites and Asians? Who was the Civil War between? The Civil War was between white people and white people. What? So what are you talking about? Your whole theory of race and culture completely gets destroyed. Who's the culture that we have right now? Who's causing your children to transition? Is it black culture? No. Nothing in black American culture or African American culture promotes or accepts what's going on currently. Who's causing your children to be a part of the alphabet? Huh? It's not black culture. Whose culture is this? It's white culture. It just is what it is. Who's causing as far as the bestiality and everything? It's not black culture. It's not us. It's your culture. Who's causing as far as when it comes to inflation, when it comes to homeless, when it comes to poverty, when it comes to the greed, and when it comes to the corporation greed, when it comes to crony capitalism? Whose culture is that? It's not our culture. It's not our culture, right? We tried to build, and we see one group of people have constantly throughout history tried to destroy. They got so upset when we were building that they bombed an entire block. Think about that. They got upset when we were building communities that they used the government to enact their racism and build highways through our communities and kicked us out. So when they talk about culture and, oh, we need the culture and this is the culture that built America, I don't think so, Pimpin. I don't think so, okay? Because they're delusional. It's from a form of inferiority. And this is why the birth rates are going down, because regardless of your skin color, when it comes to man and woman, a woman wants a man and a man wants a woman. And unfortunately, a lot of these white males they're not men. You know, they're constantly complaining. They're whining about, oh, I'm being attacked, right? You had the one song, right? The one song talking about the rich men of Northmen. Oh, why me and everything I did, right? And it's just like, well, everything you're showing is that you become pussified. That's what it is. You everything that you despise and hate allegedly, you've embraced. So naturally, if the women, if they want a man, well, they have to go venture out because they can't listen to you complain and cry and then eventually transition, which is what many of these white males are doing, or, you know, offing themselves and then leaving the family alone, you know, because they can't, you know, go to therapy and get some help, right? Which is crazy because if you think of black men and the history we have in this country, it's nowhere near the off rate of when it comes to white males. But then, you know, it's just very interesting when you juxtapose the two. So what it leads a gap because these women still want men. They still want families. So what do? They venture out. They go to Mexican men. They go to Asian men. They go to black men because white men have, I don't know. I don't know what happened. I really don't know what happened. I would say it's God. That's who I would say. I would say God, you know, it's coming full circle. All the horrible, wicked behavior that you've been doing and showing to other groups of people, not all of them, but the racist ones. That's what we have to be clear, because a lot of the progress that is happening is due to, you know, the John Browns of society. But the non-John Browns, they're really suffering, right? You can see the incel rate is skyrocket. So they're really getting all the wickedness, unfortunately, that they put out into the world. And when it comes to the culture, well, if you're so in love with the race and culture belief, then go somewhere else. Leave the US, okay? Leave. If you don't care about the land, which is the United States, then fine. Go somewhere. We'll give you guys a little piece of land somewhere in Africa, okay? And you can have the white people and your Anglo-Saxon culture on a little strip of land in Africa, okay? How about that? Simple. I think that's a good deal. You should take it. Anyways, guys, that's the video. Let me know what you guys think. Whether or not you believe, look, no, that's not true. That's racist. You're being racist, Lucas. That's not what he meant. Or if you don't believe, you see that right there? That little whining, that little fragility. That's why you're in the position you're in. That's why your little Timmy is transitioning. That's why little Timmy either is transitioning, can't get girls, and is surely not having families. That's why your birth rates are declining. That right there. You know, and then on the flip side, then you get the January 6th, which is like, well, who wants to reproduce with a person with an IQ below room temperature? So, I mean, it seems like a catch-22 for y'all, but you know. Yeah.
So we are down, what is this? 1, 2, 3. It's going to go quick, but these videos are not that long. And I just wanted to make sure I be as thorough as possible, as I always am. And we'll be right back. This one is Queen Philippa, 7:21. Okay. 22. You're going to be here for a minute. Okay. And I'll bring up the video. The share screen. And if I get too tired, I will put these in the comments, and then you guys can look at them. But I'm going to try to hold on.
A king from the heart of Africa did what no one thought possible. He crossed the Sahara Desert, sailed the Mediterranean Sea, and stood at the gates of Europe with an army that would shake the continent. This is the story history tried to forget. If you want to hear the most incredible story of power, ambition, and conquest that changed 2 continents forever, then stay with me until the end. You won't believe what happens next. And don't forget to subscribe, because stories like this deserve to be remembered. There are stories that get told over and over again. Stories of kings and conquerors that every child learns in school. But then there are stories that somehow slip through the cracks of history, buried under layers of time and intention. This is one of those stories, a story so extraordinary that many believed it had to be legend, until archaeologists started digging and found the proof. This is the story of an African king who looked at Europe and decided that if they could come to his shores, he could go to theirs. His name was Kofi, and he would become the only African ruler to successfully invade and hold European territory in the modern age. The year was 1565, and in the vast empire of Songhai in West Africa, a boy was born into a world of gold and glory. His father was a trusted advisor to the emperor, a man of wisdom who had the king's ear. His mother came from a long line of warriors, people who had defended the kingdom for generations. The boy, named Kofi, grew up in a palace where trade caravans from across the known world brought treasures and tales. He heard Arabic spoken in the markets, learned the languages of the desert tribes, and listened as traders spoke of distant lands across the northern sea. But this golden childhood would not last. When Kofi was just 11 years old, everything changed. A new emperor took the throne, paranoid and cruel, and he saw threats everywhere. Kofi's father was accused of treason, a false charge brought by jealous rivals. The boy watched helplessly as his father was executed in the palace courtyard. His mother, fearing for her son's life, sent him away that very night with nothing but a knife and a handful of gold coins. She told him to survive, to become strong, and to one day reclaim his honor. It was the last time he would see her alive. For 4 years, young Kofi lived in the wilderness beyond the kingdom's borders. He was taken in by a tribe of desert warriors, hardened men who lived between the dunes and knew how to survive where others would die. They taught him to fight with sword and spear, to track enemies across sand that showed no footprints, to go 3 days without water, and to read the stars for direction. More importantly, they taught him patience and strategy. During these years, Kofi grew from a scared boy into a young man with fire in his eyes and steel in his heart. He learned 7 languages, mastered the art of war, and built alliances with tribes that others feared. He was becoming something his father never was, a warrior. At the age of 22, Kofi returned to Songhai. The empire was crumbling under the corrupt emperor who had killed his father. The people were suffering, the military was weak, and neighboring kingdoms were circling like vultures. Kofi walked straight into the palace and challenged the emperor to single combat for the throne. It was an ancient rite, one that could not be refused. The emperor was older, experienced, and had killed men in battle before. But Kofi had spent 4 years preparing for this moment. The fight lasted less than 10 minutes. When it was over, Kofi stood over the emperor's body and claimed the throne. He was now king, and he had plans that would shape the world. King Kofi spent his first 5 years transforming Songhai from a declining empire into a military powerhouse. He reformed the army, introducing new training methods and weapons he had learned from Arab traders. He strengthened alliances with neighboring kingdoms and expanded trade routes that brought unprecedented wealth. The gold mines of West Africa made his kingdom the richest in the region. Salt, more valuable than gold in some places, flowed through his territory. European merchants began arriving at his shores, and Kofi watched them carefully. He learned their languages, studied their ways, and noticed something troubling. These Europeans spoke to him with barely concealed contempt. They saw his gold and his power, yet they treated him as if he were beneath them. Then came the insult that would change everything. A Portuguese merchant, after being granted an audience with King Kofi, demanded rather than requested a trade agreement. When Kofi refused his unfair terms, the merchant laughed and said that soon enough they would not need to ask. Within months, slave ships appeared on the coast. Europeans were taking his people, raiding villages, and treating Africans as property. Kofi called his council together and spoke words that stunned them all. He said that if Europeans believed they could come to Africa and take what they wanted, then perhaps Africans could go to Europe and do the same. His advisors thought he was mad. Cross the Sahara Desert with an army? Sail the Mediterranean Sea? Invade Europe? It was impossible. But Kofi was not asking for permission. He was giving orders. The preparation took 2 years. King Kofi assembled an army of 15,000 warriors, the finest fighters from across his empire. He bought ships from Arab traders and hired navigators who knew the Mediterranean. He gathered supplies, weapons, and enough gold to fund a campaign that would last years if necessary. His people thought he was leading a defensive expedition to stop the slave trade at its source. Only his inner circle knew the truth. They were going to invade Europe. The march across the Sahara was brutal beyond imagination. 15,000 warriors entered the desert, facing scorching days where the sand burned through boot leather and freezing nights where men died in their sleep. Sandstorms buried entire companies alive. Water supplies ran low. By the time they reached the northern edge of the desert, 3,000 warriors had been lost. But those who survived were harder than iron. They had crossed what many considered an impossible barrier, and they were hungry for what came next. In North Africa, Kofi restocked his supplies, recruited local warriors who were tired of European raids, and prepared for the next impossible task, crossing the Mediterranean Sea. Building a fleet capable of carrying 12,000 warriors and their supplies was a monumental challenge. Kofi worked with shipbuilders from Morocco and Tunisia, men who knew the sea but had never attempted anything on this scale. The warriors, most of whom had never seen the ocean, had to be trained for naval warfare. They learned to fight on rolling decks, to manage sails, and to overcome the terror of deep water. When the fleet finally set sail, they faced storms that would have sent lesser men back to shore. Ships were lost, men were washed overboard, and for 3 terrible days, it seemed the sea would claim them all. But on the 4th day, the coast of Spain appeared on the horizon. They had done it. An African army had crossed the Mediterranean, and Europe had no idea they were coming. The landing was swift and brutal. King Kofi chose his target carefully. The Spanish city of Valencia, wealthy and poorly defended. The attack came at dawn, and the Spanish garrison was completely unprepared. They had never imagined that an African army could appear on their shores. Within hours, Valencia had fallen. The Spanish soldiers who survived fled north, carrying tales of an African king with an army of thousands. In palaces across Europe, rulers received the news with disbelief, then shock, then fear. An African invasion of Europe was something beyond their comprehension. It violated every assumption they held about the world and their place in it. King Kofi's strategy was masterful. He did not simply conquer and destroy. Instead, he won over the common people, many of whom were suffering under harsh Spanish rule. He promised fair taxes, religious tolerance, and an end to the brutal policies of the Spanish crown. Peasants who had been starving under Spanish lords found themselves with full bellies under African rule. Within 6 months, 3 major cities had fallen, and King Kofi controlled a significant portion of southern Spain. European rulers could no longer deny what was happening. An African king had conquered part of Europe, and he showed no signs of stopping. The response was swift and massive. The Pope himself called for Christian kingdoms to unite against what he called the African threat. Spain, France, and several Italian states formed a coalition. They assembled an army of 40,000 soldiers, the largest force Europe had gathered in decades. They marched south, confident that their superior numbers and European military tactics would crush this African upstart. They were about to learn a hard lesson. King Kofi had spent years studying European warfare. He knew their tactics, their weaknesses, and their arrogance. He was ready. The Battle of the Two Rivers, as it would later be known, was King Kofi's masterpiece. He chose the battlefield carefully, a valley where 2 rivers met, forcing the European army into a narrow space where their numbers meant nothing. He used tactics that Europeans had never encountered before: feints and ambushes, psychological warfare, and a mobility that left the heavily armored European knights struggling to respond. The battle raged for an entire day, and when the sun set, the European coalition had been shattered. 12,000 African warriors had defeated 40,000 European soldiers. It was a victory that sent shockwaves across the continent. King Kofi now controlled most of southern Spain, and European rulers were truly afraid. For 2 years, King Kofi ruled his European territories with a fairness that surprised everyone. He established trade routes connecting Africa and Europe in ways that had never existed before. Cultural exchange flourished. African scholars came to European universities, and European craftsmen traveled to Africa. The common people of Spain, tired of endless wars and harsh rulers, began to see that perhaps African rule was not the disaster their lords had predicted. It was a glimpse of what could have been, a different history, where Africa and Europe met as equals. But all empires carry the seeds of their own destruction, and King Kofi's was no different. The king's health began to fail. Years of warfare, the stress of ruling 2 territories separated by a desert and a sea, and old wounds that never properly healed began to take their toll. Meanwhile, back in Songhai, rivals saw opportunity. Internal conflicts erupted, and King Kofi faced an impossible choice: stay in Europe and risk losing his homeland, or return to Africa and abandon his European conquests. But the decision was made for him by betrayal. One of his most trusted generals, a man who had been with him since the Desert Crossing, secretly made a deal with European powers. In exchange for gold and titles, he would weaken the African forces from within. The European counterattack, when it came, was overwhelming. Spanish, French, and Italian armies, now coordinated and determined, pushed south. The betrayal had left King Kofi's forces divided and vulnerable. He consolidated his remaining warriors in his capital stronghold, a fortified city on the Spanish coast. The siege lasted 3 days. On the final day, King Kofi gathered his remaining 500 warriors and gave them a choice: surrender and live as prisoners, or fight and die as free men. Every single warrior chose to fight. King Kofi led them personally in one last charge against the European forces. He was 38 years old, and he died with a sword in his hand, surrounded by enemies, never once begging for mercy. His warriors fought to the last man, choosing honor over captivity. The European victory came at a terrible cost, with thousands of their own dead. They had won, but they would never forget the price. After King Kofi's death, something strange happened. European historians began systematically erasing the story from official records. Kings and nobles ordered documents destroyed, embarrassed that an African ruler had successfully invaded and held European territory for over 2 years. It was a humiliation they wanted forgotten. Official histories were rewritten to diminish or completely exclude the African conquest. For centuries, the story survived only through oral tradition in Africa and in scattered, hidden documents that escaped destruction. But the truth has a way of surviving. In recent decades, archaeologists have uncovered evidence, battle sites, buried weapons, and hidden manuscripts that confirm what African storytellers had been saying all along. King Kofi was real. His conquest was real. And it terrified Europe so much that they tried to erase it from history. The story of King Kofi teaches us something profound about power, memory, and who gets to write history. It shows us that the narratives we accept as complete are often missing crucial chapters. It reminds us that Africa was never the passive continent that colonial narratives suggested, but rather home to rulers and warriors who could challenge Europe on its own soil. Today, you can visit archaeological sites in southern Spain where evidence of the African conquest has been found. You can see the fortifications King Kofi built, the burial grounds where his warriors rest, and the artifacts that prove this incredible story really happened. This story was almost lost forever, buried by those who wanted to forget that an African king once conquered Europe. But now, you know the truth. Share this video with someone who needs to hear this story. Subscribe to this channel because we're going to uncover more hidden histories that changed the world. Hit that notification bell, and let's make sure stories like King Kofi's are never forgotten again. What do you think? Could something like this happen again? Leave your thoughts in the comments below.
All right, we are down to the last 3. And you know what? Hold on. I really want to play these, but we're at the 4-hour mark almost. So I'm going to put this one in the comment. And I'm going to go to bed. I would love to be able to play it, but you know, I just can't. And we're going to put this one in here. So if you guys want to check it out, please check it out. It's worth the look. And this one, the last one, is called Who Was the Last Royal Black Queen of England? And so now we're down at the last one, and this is 11 minutes, and I'll be back. Okay, we're at the end of the program, and I'd just like to say, like this last video said, you got to be prepared. If you're not prepared, then prepare yourself for the consequences. There are consequences. There is a new reset of every economy on the planet. Gold and silver is the shield and sword that will protect you. It is not a black-white thing. It is a thing that must be understood and comprehended by the normal person. Now, I've been, talking about this, teaching it, letting you know about XRP, Bitcoin, and all of that. And you can look at all of that in my previous videos. But the bottom line is this. Are you ready to stop bullshitting and get your shit together? Because if you don't, you're just going to be fucked up. Not fucked up, fucked up. It's going to be what it is. Africa is united now, or United States of Africa, in the global south, and what that means. And that America and Europe and Canada and Australia is done. Finished. Kaput. Now, we have to wait and see if what I am saying is true or not. But I would recommend that you don't wait, that you take action now. And the importance of our history determines how you walk, how you talk, what you see, what you feel. All of that. It is important to understand that the black man or woman, we are back on top in our grip. Economic, political, spiritual, and physical grip is around the white boy's neck. He doesn't belong to France and Europe. He doesn't belong anywhere but Central Asia, where we put them. Period. They are invaders who fucked up. They fucked up in Egypt, in Greece, and Rome, and now. They're motherfuckers. They are, at the very least, or at the very most, mediocre, at the very least, full of shit. They don't know what they're doing. And they can't fathom life without the black man and woman being there to help them. And so for the next 24/7, 365, stay black, and I will see you guys on Tuesday. And I don't know what we're going to be talking about, but we're going to talk about something. But peace out.